Low-key thinking about using your task return to get these. The HD... I need to take a peek at some of the higher-end Sennheisers, because... It's not those ones. Where's the... What are the ones that Sequisha has? Why am I just on Sennheiser's website now? Thanks, Ryan. Is the HD 800s? Okay, fair enough. Aw. Jobo! Jobo. Jobo. That's a lot of money to put into a Jeep. Animal! Thank you very much for gifting. A sub to Freeways for a second month. Cheers, dude. I would put the money into lifting your Jeep, to be honest. But just me. Stacking something? But Animal, thank you very much for gifting us sub to Freeways. Freeways! Enjoy those emotes for another month. Welcome back, dude. And thank you very much, Animal. Yeah, we can't see your bald spot anymore. It's very important. A Ford Focus? That sounds expensive. Are you gonna have a lot of focus on buying that Ford Focus? I still have like a few ramps I need to get rid of. Like those two. I'm just not sure how I should get rid of them. So once again, as per usual, if anybody hasn't seen a Dwarf Fort stream before and has no idea what's happening, please ask questions. Really, Joe? I mean, I'm just gonna put. I'm sure there's somebody else here that doesn't have emotes right now, Joe. I'm sure you could smack somebody else with that. It wants one? I don't know. Life of a college student? Size the life of a Twitch streamer. Dude, I couldn't imagine spending $55,000 on something. If I had that money, I would just fucking hoard it. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I would just put it in the bank or invest it in something. It would not go into a car. That's like the last thing I think I would spend money on. Like, seriously, that's the last thing I would spend money on. It's gonna make all these into bedrooms. It's just like a different life, I guess. 55K? Maybe a down payment. Yeah, the my moderator always posts. It's fine. Not a big deal, I think. For some reason my bot didn't see that crypt lurk right there. fair enough. I can't drive, so for me buying a car would be a literal waste of money. What the heck is that? Is that seeds? I think that's seeds. Yeah, cabbage seeds, almonds, alfalfa seeds. Need to create a stockpile just specifically for seeds, but I don't want to keep growing right there. I think most people would be lucky to find a place that cheap anywhere. Ryan? I think what I might do is just make one set of stairs up and then dig into the wall right here. And then put our farms up here. In the clay. Just like one set of stairs up and then dig into the clay. Your PayPal is getting empty. Don't do dumb things. Animal. Don't do dumb things. Let me just put that out there. Don't do dumb things. Arbitrary, by the way. How you doing? Let's make an upstairs. How's your day been, dude? Hope waking up early today wasn't too bad. And then if I go one up, make downstairs. If I can even construct those. No, I can't yet. I need those. Those. Do smart things, yes, like buying art from Cooler. I mean, I'm not gonna complain if people buy bit badges, but or subs or other various things. So you can grow your own food. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I don't think I'm ever gonna own a house. At least, not in the foreseeable future. Are those just seeds? What is that? It's got alfalfa seeds. Attendance, what's up, friend? Yeah, no, I always grew up in a house that had gardens. Construct wooden bin. Make 10 more bins. Barrels. Wood. Let's make more barrels. Make more barrels and more bins, because I'm storing seeds everywhere, and I need to put those somewhere where they're not going to go bad. Also, did those get done? Nope, doesn't look like it. Bags are needed, right. Process plant to bag? Probably what I need. Can you finish school and get a plane first? That's like, I kind of love that though. It's like, I'll get a car once I'm done with the plane. Buckdag, what's up? I always wanted to learn to fly when I was younger. It was one of those dreams that just never came even remotely close to fruition. I learned very quickly, it's like, yeah, no, flying isn't something I will ever be able to do. Downstairs. As much as I'd like to believe, it's just not something that I'm going to be able to do. Okay, so we're going to move our farms down here. You are right. Planes are actually weirdly affordable. Planes are indeed weirdly affordable. So then the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut into this edge bit here, and we'll put in walls kind of around the edge. I have a pretty good idea of what I'm doing here. And as always, if anybody who's watching the stream right now is confused at what you're looking at, please do tell me. I will do my best to explain what exactly is happening. Dude, I have a speedboat license. So I, for a while there, was licensed to drive a tugboat. Because it was part of the same course as my speedboat license. I'm confused. Is that a serious question, Niels? Because I can't tell if that's a serious question or not. Oh, really? Into a bag. Gotcha. Well, we'll worry about that later then. Alright, so we can get that cut out. Let's see if a miner heads up there. You're confused at what you're looking at? Well, this is just kind of our stockpile area. We have a few crafting benches right here. This is all of our... These are bins filled with stuff. These are some doors. There's a dead animal in here for some reason. Piles of rocks. And I think some metal fragments? Yeah, tetrahedrite. Bunch of shale blocks. Some beds, bunch of barrels, mostly empty, but some with stuff. We got a bucket, a bunch more bins, sandpaper wood bins. If I go down a level, these are all tables kind of along this wall. Some of them are getting chairs put in front of them. These are all beds over here in the corners. One level. If we kind of go up, this is like just open space, and over there down on the bottom, that's kind of going to left and right. That's our stairs going in and out. Well, technically ramps. We're gonna have another ramp on the other side. You're trying to figure it out? That's what this game is. It is a nightmare of... What the fuck am I looking at? Hey, Chrome. You're doing well. And then if I go all the way down here, these are the kitchens. Which chat says looks like a stomach. A masterpiece willow bin. Congrats, Cyclone. How many dwarves do I have right now? We're sitting on 21 dwarves. 3 miners, 1 woodworker. That's why woodworking takes so fucking long. 1 jeweler, 1 crafts dwarf. Why have so many nobles? What? What are my other nobles? Also, if anybody here doesn't have a dwarf, you would like a dwarf, let me know. I got plenty of unnamed dwarves. You finally caught up on the VODs? Really? I love to hear that people watch my VODs. I don't personally watch VODs. Always fascinating when I hear people saying that they are getting caught up on 1 dwarf with extra sauce. Okay, so Oswix and a certain brand. Skade as well. Yeah, okay. Let's name some dwarves. Let's look at some dwarves. Let's see how we're doing. So let's first throw in a brewer, who I'm going to make yeah, Dom Baron, you can be a lady dwarf. So who are you? She personally really respects commerce and those that engage in trade. Capitalistic dwarf. Better than having like some weird toxic lifestyle. She dreams of building a masterwork. She's unfocused after being unable to pray. Oh, we need to give you guys temples. That should be today's project. Temples. You'd like to be in again? Steve's Television! The host. Rockin' Stone. Dude, we should play some of that off stream too. What else are you? She is bashful and she seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. She enjoys being around, she enjoys the company of others. She has an active imagination. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently. So you're racist. From herself. She is trusting, ambitious, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working. I don't know what that means. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. So exactly like Baron. I don't know what that means. Wiktionary. Let's back out of you. That's Baron. Next one. Oswix. She was bored after being unable to practice a craft. Wow, really? You have no specific, yeah, a decent amount of history, actually. She was dour in a rule. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking. What's up, Steez? How you been today, man? Most dwarves need alcohol to get through the working day, to be fair. Most dwarves need alcohol. Her ears are extremely narrow. Her jade eyes have large irises. Her hair is straight, and her very short hair is neatly combed. Her hair is gray with a touch of auburn. How old is this dwarf? He's 127 years old. New glasses? New you. New glasses is best feeling, man. Who else wanted a dwarf? We got a few people here who want dwarfs, so this is gonna take a little bit. Let's go with Skade. Doesn't sound like you? It's fine. Let's see. You have 6 children. You're married and you have 6 children, Oswix. Or you're married to Oswix and you have 6 children. Yeah, there we go. Skade is married to Oswix and has 6 children. Jesus Christ. This is so Skade, you and Oswix are married, by the way. You won't hit 197. Well, your husband is 128. Or 126? Yeah, 126. Slow to tire, but weak. Personally sees war as a useful means to an end. He dreams of raising a family. Is unfocused by unmet needs. Yep, that sounds about right. Annoyed, bored, uneasy, annoyed, delighted, euphoric after inebriation. Well, at least they're getting drunk still. Did it say that you like pig's milk? That's gross. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. He's very slow to anger. He's very polite and deserves appropriate rules of decorum when possible. Mazel tov, indeed. All right, who's next? A Sanctum Spirit, you're already named. Who else here wanted a name? We'll just do Vlog for right now, and then that'll be it for this round of naming. How do you say that? No, it's Vlog. That's fun. Lurker. Obviously, she feels euphoric due to inebriation. You're a female dwarf. You're 140 years old. We got a lot of older dwarves in this fort. She personally sees war as a useful means to an end and doesn't particularly respect commerce. I don't think you do, Ricky. I don't think you do. She is currently more thoughtless. She generally acts with a narrow focus, and current activity, she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. Currently is less private and is currently more rude, and she is currently more fearless. It's a nice dwarf right there, Vlog. Let's see. Rogue's named. Listy's named. Kern's named. Sure, we'll name a few more. You had teachers who came in drunk? I used to bring a 6-pack of beer to work. Sometimes. Or I have done that. Not frequently, but... Also, to answer Stormy's question from ages ago, yes, you do individually outline every room and then they go dig them out. Let's just give this one to Neil. Alright, Neil, who are you? What are you? You're grouchy, Neil. You're a boy dwarf. You're 40 years old. You're a young dwarf. You are the son of Urshur, an artist, Starbrass. You personally feel that tradition does not care, and you personally value tradition and does not care about family one way or another. And you dream of mastering a skill, focused on yourself. Young dwarf. Yeah, this is just a good old dwarf bab right here. You're mighty and slow to tire, but very clumsy. So you're big and strong, but slow and clumsy. He's often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. Wow, okay. Really happy, or he is really happy or enthusiastic, but he hates stuff. Wow. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He tends to consider what others think of him. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Neil, you are a very complex dwarf indeed. Yeah. What else do we have here? Ricky B, you do have a dwarf. Okay. And just to check in with Ricky B's dwarf from last week. You're very annoyed. And you've been feeling self-pity after a lack of abstract thinking for too long? I think all the dwarves need therapy. I'm just gonna put that out there. I'll be honest. I built upstairs and then a downstairs there, but I don't know if they can actually use it. I don't know if they can actually use it. This is why you're mad and conflicted, is because people say your name wrong or spell your name wrong. There's so many dogs running around. By the way, for anybody who missed it, anything that's red is a baby, and D's are dogs, so these are puppies. So this is a stray dog, an adult dog. These ones are puppies. So they're just puppies running around. There's just puppies everywhere. They're all running around and playing. This fort's still a little, unfinished, if you will. Yeah, I've done that. I need to set that up. Right now, okay, so let's just kind of outline my plans for today. I want to get this entrance area here finished, and I want to build a temple. Right now, I'm just kind of trying to decide where I want to put temples. If I want to put them on their own layer, or if I want to kind of put them out in the open. Because something I was thinking about doing was literally just... Whoopsies. Was getting stuck up in the clouds is what I was planning on doing. If I fly back down to the main layer, I was thinking about just, like, chucking a statue, like, kind of right here, and then another one kind of, like, right here, and just, like, making those into spots for the... Could I get more puppies? If the dogs make more puppies, yeah. I didn't start with puppies, for whatever that's worth. I started with a boy dog and a female dog, and, how long have we been in this fort? What year is it? I think we've been here for like a winter. Is it this screen that tells you what year it is? Yeah, 259. We settled on, I can't remember what month, but it was like early summer. I'm not going to assign any dogs to people, Skade. Because then suddenly they become a liability. And in case we need to eat them, then I don't want you to be all sad. Sorry, please understand. You're pleasantly surprised about Texas? I think it depends on which part of Texas. Is that actually built? Oh, it is built. Okay. So then how come they haven't gone up here and started digging yet? Are all of my miners busy? Eat, drink, store, item, and barrel. Administrator, manager, keep, tavern keeper, dumb child. Let's just jump over to you. And just go over to your labors. Dominar, you're gonna start helping with mining. I'll take you off of farming stuff. Because I kind of need people to go cut that out. Sorry, Skade. Yeah, the dwarves are better people than pawns in RimWorld, that's for sure. Also, chat room, I want you guys to do me a big favor. My fiance's getting a tattoo today. Right now, actually. Technically, she should be getting her. Send her good vibes. You guys can do that. I can send her a screenshot. No, puppy is future Dindin. No one's getting a puppy. The puppies can run around and you can look at them because they're cute. Downstairs. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this. Actually, I think I could just queue it, right? Remove building? No. And remove construction. There we go. Let's just do this. Remove that, and then we'll just replace it with a ring. How on earth could vibes not be found, man? Can you have a puppy pizza? Probably. I don't know if the dwarves are capable of making pizza, but quite frankly, it wouldn't surprise me if they did. Also, we have a lamb. We have a baby sheep running around now, too. All right, then Let's build, construct, capital C, up ramp. What's upstairs? What's up ramp? Or just ramp? F? Nope, that's floor. R? Ramp. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Trail blocks. Go chuck that ramp in there. Also, we are in full-on God raise time o'clock, so expect terrible camera lighting for the next, like, hour. You mean my kitchen, animal? I think you misspelled kitchen. Let's see if that works. Yep, that works. Everything's getting dug out real quick up here. All right, so now we can just move our farms down here and have everything kind of contained. Although, I'm going to... I kind of want to put glass in here at some point in the future. Although, I don't know where we're going to find sand. No, let's chop down... Why do I always default to chop down trees? I'm smart. I think I'm literally just, like, absent-mindedly holding down chop down trees somehow. Remove designation. This B is over here. Okay, so that's clay. The red ground is clay. So we can make food down here. Oh, that's pantry? Oh, fair enough. Mittens and sweaters? Yeah, puppy mittens are best mittens, man. Farm plot. Okay, so we're gonna grow mushrooms up here. There we go. That's what I wanted. It's probably way too big, but that's fine. Plum helmets, yes. That indeed, we will be growing all of the plum helmets. Oh, you can actually see, like, the flies from our food down here. Alright, up here, aisle, custom stockpiles, custom settings. Alright, so this is just going to be for seeds. So I need to block all. And then seeds. Enable. Block all. Permit seeds. I thought I had to hit E to enable. There we go. Okay, so we will be storing seeds up here. And it will be a stockpile yay big. And I will queue this stockpile and change settings. Nope. Don't know what ERER is. I see. Barrel down to 0. They will not put barrel. Also, that was an ad for the Stronghold free-to-play game. I didn't realize that game still existed. Learn something every day, I guess. Korean studies? Really? Interesting. Yeah, right, Ricky? Right? Let's see. How come this hasn't been done yet? Construction inactive, eh? Store item in barrel. Ricky B, what is your tasks? Hmm. Yeah, no, they went downhill from the point where they went 3D. That's the big problem with them. The second they went 3D, they just kind of stopped being interesting, IMO. So I'm wondering why... Does anybody have any idea why the farmers would be ignoring those fields? Because I don't know. Currently, anyway. Although I can get these walls constructed. Even though I can barely see the edge of this. I actually cannot. I think that's good. Field blocks. Let's just place this. Up one. And then we'll put one up there. I think that's everything. Although the concern that I'm having right now is that they won't be able to reach some of those. Let's see. Yeah. I was just thinking about that. Like right there, suspend that, and then suspend that. And then resume them later. Yeah, why isn't this getting constructed? Like, my farmer's running around and hauling stuff. Probably. That would make sense for everybody's high... Why would I ban people? Oh, because you're saying blind dude pie? I don't know. That's just a tasteless meme. Not necessarily bad. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna do this. Just because Ricky is the first one here. Okay, so Ricky literally doesn't have hauling. Oh, you're just up here working on these fields. Should I just deconstruct my original fields and just move everything down? We use them for memeing and trolling and inside jokes. It's literally it. I mean, that's how you farm in Dwarf. Here, we could do this as well. You just haul, like, what? You just run up above ground and then haul stuff? Or do you plant, like, cabbage and shit? I mean, technically, I could farm in the open area. Because there's sunlight. Good for food variety? I haven't done any of that yet. In theory, I guess you should bring that. The thing I really need is, bags. Do I have pigtails right now? I do actually have 7 cloth. Pigtail cloth, yeah, I do have pigtails. Cloth bag, I would assume? I mean, I know that, yeah. It's silver. More just wondering why they're not putting seeds in bags. Just wonder if I have the right shop for those to get made. No, it's more just I'm wondering why they're just putting seeds here. They just have alfalfa seeds. Oh, I see why you're answering that question. Yeah, no, the blue tiles are just open space. What tile set do you use, Freeways? I actually don't like a lot of the graphical ones if you use one of those ones. I don't know why. Like, they're fine, but they confuse me more than anything. Clother's shop? To make bags? Really? Okay. Well, we'll just see if that gets constructed first. Phobos, got fair enough. Yeah, I don't like the graphical ones. I think they're actually more. I think they're harder to look at than this. Like for me, this is much easier on the eyes. But maybe I'm just a psychopath. All right, do we have a clother? You're just... Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that. There's just like a dead were creature out here. I think that's a were creature. I need to look at what that was. I know traders killed it. I just totally forgot it was there. I need to throw that into the, I haven't even started. Why? These? I don't normally set stuff up for TwitchCon until like a month in advance, and then I just get an Airbnb. But why do you ask? I mean, I'm still worrying about PAX East right now, Steez. Which one was, I can't remember. Is it crafts? Clothes making. Weaving. Put you on that. I don't necessarily believe that that's true, but... Alright, D, garbage dump. And then Q. No. Okay. It's cheaper if you want to stay in the city, but I don't really care about staying right next to the event, so. But no, I haven't even started worrying about TwitchCon. I also can't really afford to go booking stuff for TwitchCon right now. One thing at a time. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, I know. Josel. I just end... God damn it. Yeah, no, I normally just, I just keep hitting the wrong keys. I normally just kind of get a few people on every task, and it generally just works. If it doesn't, then meh. Continue working on this wall. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to demolish those other farm plots and just get them to come over here. I think that's what I'm going to do. What did I just make that out of? Probably gonna be made out of a shale boulder. Right. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna get rid of these because he's just running all the way across, all the way up here to those fields. We'll just get those removed and get him running down here. Yeah, they were using a boulder. It's fine. I don't think anyone has ever said anything about my fort being suboptimal ever. Like, that's... Eh. Like, maybe I just miss it, Jehozel. Maybe people are just really good at banning stuff, but I legit have never seen that. Maybe I'm just lucky, I don't know. You'd think more people would yell at my forts being suboptimal. People are generally quite respectful of my badness. Like, they realize that I'm terrible, but they accept it. Beautiful. Exactly. Newton. Plump helmets. Autumn. Helmets. Summer. Plump helmets. And winter. You guessed it. Plump helmets. Honestly, if my forts trigger in quotes OCD problems, here's what I need to say to you. Enjoy the beauty of asymmetry. Get cultured, my friend. Some of the most beautiful things in life are very asymmetrical. You see, that's there are places, in my opinion, where that is appropriate. It looks like it does kind of. That was completely unintentional. I kind of like it though. Exactly. The human face is not symmetrical, and people with perfectly symmetrical faces actually end up looking kind of strange. There's been studies done on it. We're not used to seeing things that are completely symmetrical. If you ever want to, like, fuck your brain up, take a photo of your face, okay? Photoshop it directly down the middle, and then copy both halves of your face over. You'll look like 3 different pictures. On the current mode up top, I haven't started channeling it yet. I need to do that. I could probably queue that up now, since we're no longer farming out here. This is no longer, like, this down here is no longer our farm. They are queued to be destroyed though. In here is now our farm. Pretty much everything is inside with the exception of all of this wood. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna move this stockpile. How do I demolish stockpiles? The remove designation? We'll find out. Yep. Okay. So let's make a new wood stockpile. Everybody's going to run outside for a second here. Let's just put it all down here. Or as much of it as I can, anyway. And then we'll get this moat channeled. Although, before I channel the moat, I kind of want to get the wall started. Although we could probably do that from the inside. Yeah, no, I'm not even remotely aiming for symmetry. Like, if I was aiming for something symmetrical and I was, like, 1 square off, I could totally understand why it would be annoying to look at. But the fact that I'm not even aiming for symmetry, it's like, come on. It's like, that's not the goal here. Does that make sense? Also, Bellinair, how's your day been? Looks like a pile of beans. It's the fault of the game not having textures. It has beautiful textures. Like, everybody talks about how it's like, oh, this isn't graphics. It's like, this is totally graphics. They're just very simple. Cool. Well, we're apparently out of bags. Let's make sure we're not storing any food here. Yeah, we're not storing food in either of those. What, like vanilla DF or in this particular tile set? Okay, I'm just going to... Oh, cool. We were able to get some of those done. Am I storing seeds down here? Did I check that? Yeah, I did. I'm not storing... I shouldn't be storing seeds down here. Do I have multiple... Aha! There we go. There's multiple piles down here. That's the problem. What movie, Belliner? Alright, so that should... all those up here. Okay, so another thing I'm gonna do... let's make... 4 rock statues. We're gonna queue up some... temples. 'Tis dwarf time indeed. No time like a dwarf time. So where exactly is that, actually? I'm curious. I go right here and then drop down a level. It's right there. And how'd you like Age of Ultron? I haven't thought about that movie since it first came out. All right, let's smooth these walls. Just get this started because I know I've got idle stone detailers chilling. Do 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 do. That was Satisfactory. I am excited to play more Satisfactory. I actually thought about just streaming more Satisfactory today, but also then kind of got to the end of the content yesterday because there's about 10 hours of content in the current game. And there will be more in the early access version soon, so I'm excited to play more of it. Are you storing refuse here? Like, what the... Cool. That corpse got dumped. There was a corpse of a freaky creature right there. Yeah, I know. Jehozel. It just seemed like they were storing them there because there was just kind of refuse there for no reason. Alright, so now let's begin channeling this. I guess we only need to do... I've never channeled a moat before. This is going to be interesting. It looks like that particular river is... looks like that particular river is 3. If I go to, like... right there... do like this kind of thing. This should do it. A little bit nervous about right there. So for anybody who doesn't know what channeling is when you dig one layer down and remove the layer above it. So essentially we're just removing one layer of cubes in Minecraft is what we're doing. All right, let's just kind of go down to here. We'll just get one half of this channeled, but I'm not going to release the water just yet. Hey, Grayswood, valid point. Yeah, I'm going to need to move my pasture. It's a pretty big pasture, though. I need to change where my pasture's at, though. That is a thing that I need to do. So we'll get that going. Yeah, I'm just gonna remove this pasture. Okay, we'll just move it over here. Hey, O-Force, what's up, dude? Pit pawn. And pen pasture, capital S. Let's see what we're gonna throw in here. Let's see, we got a yak. Got a bunny. We got a nanny goat. Got a billy goat. A piglet. A lamb. A horse. A buffalo. Another lamb. And then the nanny goat. Cool. I mean, I got plenty of skulls. If you want skulls, I can provide you with skulls. Just putting it out there. Too late, Shahozel. It's like, don't need to be, don't care. We'll do our best, Chrome. I still don't know what pig cheese is. Just putting it out there. No idea. Absolutely no idea what pig cheese is. And you know what? I'm kind of happy not knowing that knowledge. I wonder how many recipes there are out there that are inspired by Dwarf Fortress. As I know I've played other games before that have like cookbooks based on foods from those games. I think we can just channel this right in. This should be fine. Not gonna let that much water in. All right. Because that's my fort. My fort's a giant hole in the ground. Then underneath it is bedrooms. So that we can just simply throw our enemies into it. That's why there's a giant hole. We'd need bees first. But no, it's my last fort was just like a giant tower kind of coming out of the ground. And I kind of wanted to dig a hole and then have a tower coming out of it. So that's kind of end game goal for this. I don't know if we'll actually pull it off. But that's the current goal. And then like a giant, yeah, we also had a hole in the entire tower all the way down to the bottom. It was like 15 Z levels tall And then a giant fire titan came around and threw fireballs everywhere. And we were sad. But yeah, the giant shaft was pretty. Yeah. Animal, yeah. I mean, technically you could make cheese out of human milk. It would just be kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, hey, they actually put the bags there. Rad. Also, some of the wood made it down here, which is nice. Also, where did the statue come along? Oh, hey, they actually made a statue. So just for sake of Dwarf's sanity, actually, hold on, let me check something. Okay, none of this is even started, that's fine. I'm just gonna put a statue right here and make this into a temple. I mean, we were talking about pig's milk. So then chat commented, well, Jehozo commented, it's like, was it Jehozo? Who was it who said that, like, who was it that said that pig cheese in real life is hard to make? You need 50 pigs to have enough milk to make a small block of cheese. And then I made the comment, it's like, well, technically, like, you could make milk out of human milk, or cheese out of human milk. You just not really. Oh yeah, that's a while ago. You just wouldn't want to. But anyway. Okay, so I need to make, I think it's a zone? I think it's a zone. Then make it a meeting area. No, not that. Meeting area. Not a pen and pasture. Then L, assign location. Add location, temple. No specific deity. Alright, so it's the Abbey of Bolts. So they can go there and pray now. It's not exactly, like, the nicest place, but hey, at least they can pray. Not disappointed? Really? I mean, did you find it on Amazon? I mean, people sell their sperm online, so I'm sure there's weirder things you could buy online than someone's breast milk. Why are my sheep just, like, chilling down here? Wait, what are those? I think they're sheep, right? Yeah. My sheep aren't hanging out in the... Did I not pasture them? I must have not pastured them. What? Oh, no, wait, they're there. I didn't see them next to the... Those right there. Only if you have, like, amazing genes and are an extremely fit-looking, healthy person. Why do I know that? Reddit. And 4chan. There was actually, like, there was a scandal with a hockey player a couple of years ago for selling his sperm. So animals that are labeled as a stray don't have a master, but similar to RimWorld Skate, if a dwarf has a pet animal, they become attached to it, and then if we decide to eat them or butcher them for meat, or alternatively, like they get killed by random animal or something, then dwarves get upset. Yeah, so it's very similar to RimWorld in that, yeah. don't know if that's necessarily how it works, Josel. Offered adventurers, eaters the opportunity for some simple cheese milk made from human vegetable. Getting mixed reviews and some puzzled looks. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The weather is cleared. I wonder what the weather was like. Yeah, I was just doing my best to explain. Jade, you're completely correct. RimWorld just straight up steals it. It's actually really funny, like, looking at how much stuff RimWorld has not stolen necessarily, but directly fucking copied from this game. Cats are awesome. Like, cats are actually my favorite creatures in these games. Okay, plant is going down. Plant count is going down. So, I'm actually gonna do a thing real quick. Build. Fuck. Where do I'm trying to decide what level I want to put temples on. Like, these are my kitchens, but we're gonna need to go below this level. I mean, Dwarf Fortress's UI is fine. I'm starting to think more and more about that. Like, the more I play this game, the more I just kind of think, it's fine. Like, it's not bad, but it's also not good. It's just functional. It's like the most brutalist utilitarian design you could have for a UI. Replacing tables. Uh-oh. How do I cancel that? N, maybe? Pretty sure there's a button I can click to just suspend that. Ah, that's what I need to do. Remove that. I got it. I just queued it away. I mean, for whatever it's worth, Icky Jiki, I've been playing this since January? Capitalization not like this exactly, Joseph. Pretty much. Bellinaire. As long as I can read it, it's fine. Chair or throne. But yeah, no, I'm actually kind of very much, like, I know Bellinaire is just memeing me. It's like, oh, see-through menus, big no-no for me. It's like, my biggest complaint about Satisfactory is that I couldn't read some of the UI because it was see-through and transparent and super stylized. Everything else about Satisfactory is cool as fuck. I think I actually have more tables than dwarves now. We're doing our best to dig. In fact, we're currently digging a channel. Let's channel a little bit more, actually. How you doing today, Sophie? You were having a rough day yesterday, hey? Should I remove these ramps before I, like, actually let it go? There is a little bit of water already in here. It's already in here because of, a thing that I dug out over there, but that's fine. It's just a little bit of water. Probably gonna have to go in here and remove a bunch of ramps. Yeah, there's a little bit of water in there. It's just kind of draining out of that little puddle right there. What's the thing with this fort? Okay, so the thing with this fort is I am a noob. So I have construction ideas, but as far as actual goals, not really. We do have neighbors, but it's nothing super scary. We're in a relatively calm area. I'm still very much, like, for example, I have not actually set up a weapon or, like, any kind of metalworking yet. Because in all of my other forts, I actually have not found metal. We found tetrahedrite in this fort, which is literally my first time finding metal in this game ever. So, that, just to give you an idea. I mean, we've how many? We found like 3 forgotten beasts in our first fort. All of the VODs are cataloged, and you can find them over in the video section of previous streams I've done of this. But yeah, we found ancient beasts, we found titans, we found various other stuff. And my experience with the stuff underground is I usually just put a floor over the trapdoor and just leave it, and then go, oh look, neat stuff. Where's the Zed? Remove up downstairs and ramps. So basically it's just I'm building stuff and waiting for things to happen, and then chat yells at me and reminds me to do stuff when I forget to do things. And that's basically been how we've been playing, and it's been working so far. It's been fun. My only real problem with this fort is how much wood is right there, because it's never gonna wash away. That wood is just going to sit there. Luckily, that corpse washed away. I think I just... What do you mean farms could use a little attention? Those ones there have been abandoned. This is our farm here. I might actually just build another farm plot. Actually, I'm curious about something. I wonder if maybe we forgot to tell them to stop cooking. Muckroot seeds, rat wheat seeds, dimple cups. Where's the menu for telling them to not cook plump helmet spawn? I'm actually gonna make another farm plot. Actually, no, let's just do this. Z kitchen. That's our problem. That's our problem. Fine. Totally forgot to do that. So that'll get made. Get some more plump helmets incoming. And I can always just run up to the surface and gather plants if we need to, so. I mean, I don't want... Wait, what? Did I? I mean, yeah, I want them to be... I want the plump helmets to be brewed into alcohol, not cooked. So that's... I did the right thing. That's what I was trying to do. Yeah. Did they get seeds from eating them raw? Oh, they do? That's interesting. That's why I was seeing dwarves just randomly running around with seeds. Okay, that makes sense. I had, you want to talk about terrifying beer? I've had 2 terrifying beers in recent memory. I had an avocado beer, which was bad. And last week I had a beer that was brewed with kelp. It was a stout. It was like, imagine drinking a dark beer while eating seaweed. It was like, imagine someone made a stout out of seawater. It was very strange. Avocado's great, man, but the avocado beer was not very good. I love avocado, but that was not very good. An elven caravan has arrived! It was not... I don't think it was a very good beer. If someone else made an avocado beer, I'd try it again, but... there is a few people in Canada that are making hemp-infused beers, so it's like... beer that gets you high. Where's the rest of the caravan? Is that... wait, what? Is that literally it? Oh, I see, they're already there. Here's the thing. I've had very, very good experimental beer, too. Elves don't use wagons? Oh, really? Huh. Oh, that's why the carpenter stuff's getting done outside. I was wondering about that. What do we even have in the depot? Because the last guys that we were going to trade with, right before I was going to, like, move stuff to them, a fucking werecat showed up. Not that I really have anything to, They find wheels distasteful? Or maybe they find wheels distasteful? I wouldn't put it past them. Wheels are pretty gross. I mean, have you seen wheels? They're pretty gross. I mean, I don't even know what I'd sell them. Like, genuinely, I don't. Oh, never mind. That corpse is still there. Whoops. Did I not set you to be dumped? Dump. Your right hand. Your partial skeleton. Can we get those dumped, please? I don't have rock crafts, I don't think. Do I? I might. I can't remember if I started making rock crafts. That's the real question is, where would rock crafts be in here? Would it be under C? Or maybe they'd be in bins. Avocado seaweed beer does sound like something an elf would do. Because they're just bad at combat? Oh, they only use shitty wooden weapons, really? Sounds like they just go extinct really quickly. Why don't they just use their own adjective? Good question. Is the world's most crossed out, only badass elf. Huh? Read that later. We'll have to read that later. At peace with wildlife, and they always tame giant grizzly bears and shit. Okay, that's fair enough. You know, there's part of me that would love to play a version of this game where you play as elves. I just think that would be mildly entertaining. Plant is still dropping. I think I need to go harvest more stuff from the surface. I think I need to go harvest more stuff from the surface. These bedrooms are getting smoothed out slowly. Elf's Fortress? I'm sure it already exists. Actually, I mean, I would be shocked if it didn't already exist. Alright, so we have those up and down stairs. I might just, like... Well... Yeah, we'll just do this. I'm just going to build a single down stair right there, and then build a temple right here. Unless you guys have a better idea for a human fortress and kobold fortress? Really? I don't think I've ever seen a kobold. And I'm pretty sure we've talked about this before. I've never seen a kobold in Dwarf. Maybe people just don't like elves that much. Chat, any ideas where I should put my temple in this layout? It's like, this is tavern in the center there. This is just general storage, and right now my temple is this thing. Isn't ideal. Did I see a kobold? Okay. And it ran away. Okay. I mean, yeah, sounds like a kobold to me. I'd buy that theory. Alright, let's Hey, gather plants. It's whatever we can pick up. Kobolds are fuzzy. I thought that they were like little lizard creatures. And low. Hey, well. Sometimes you just need that mug. Do I actually have mugs right now? They're set under goblets, right? Okay, I do have 30. Cool. I do have 30 mugs. I remember I convinced a kobold in D&D years ago to join me. It was rather amusing. Just realized I still have this little fort up here with a few beds in it. It's like my temporary starting spot that never really got finished. Because then the pit got finished faster than I was expecting. We just went and worked on that. We've got a lot of stuff we need to get done down here. Have fur and big pointy ears? Interesting. Yeah, no, I'm too used to D&D lore when it comes to kobolds. Is it Deacon? I have no idea. I was very young at the time. I haven't played D&D since I was like 10. Oh, really? Left and right. Were they left wing and right wing? That's something my friends would have done. Hey, not screw it. We're actually just gonna go down here. These are going to be our temples. Tabletop. I never played Neverwinter. I watched a friend play it for a little bit. This is a little far away. I'm scheming right now. You know what's gonna end up happening to this fort is like a fucking dragon's just gonna show up and just set the whole thing on fire. Because down here is my... Okay, so chat, work with me here on this theory, or on this idea, right? I could build my temples right here. Like, I could build 3 temples right here, right? Then I could build, like, a doorway right here. And then through the doorway, channel down 1 layer. So just have, like, open space so they can just, like, walk across a bridge and they can look down into the tavern below, walk across the bridge into the temple to worship. I will. I will definitely do that. I think back when I saw the Cobalt, I was still trying to figure out what a tree was. So, for whatever that's worth. What do you guys think of the tavern bridge idea? Because that's kind of what I'm working with right now. Let's just mine out, like... Mine out this. This. And this. So let's see where this drops down to. So that's up, not down. Going the wrong way. That drops down to right there. So if I go to like right here, pop up 1 level, get rid of this. I can even just knock that out too. So I could channel this. And channel this. And then channel all the way along here. And then channel all of this. And then hopefully nobody gets squished. Hopefully there's no cave-ins. I mean, it's gonna look a tad phallic while you're building it, yes? And when you add stuff onto it, like this, which can be temple. Maybe a library. Or secondary temple. Looking less phallic yet? Should make an upvote for it. Just make it a giant Reddit upvote. Just get rid of that. I'm trying to just keep everything in this fort open. Looks normal now? Thank you. I mean, I'm all for making weird looking forts, but if I'm gonna make a dong fort, I gotta commit. So these are gonna be like actual places where dwarves can spend their time. I think this big one back here can be a library. So we can have 3 temples and then a library back here. 'Cause I do have a bunch of dwarves that want to read and stuff. And then this is where we can put artwork and whatnot. Eventually that open area is just going to be big and open. You can examine books and it gives you like a brief synopsis. Dwarves can go write them? For whatever that's worth. So yeah, we'll do 3 temples and a library. Figure out which deity people are worshipping the most. Well, it's certainly no dong. Because, you know, like, when people go outside and they see the rocket taking off, they look up and they go, that's no dong. That was very tasteless. I almost feel the need to apologize for that one. Wait, stuff's getting smoothed. Alright, I'm gonna get those dug out. Let's get that dug out. And I'm gonna let that work. I'm gonna go, grab my water. Be back in 2 seconds. All right. RimWorld doesn't need Z levels. RimWorld is a kind of a different thing. But if you want other games with Z levels, Keeper RL is adding Z levels. So if you really want to play a Dungeon Keeper that had Z levels, keep an eye on that. I mean, Dwarf Fortress wasn't designed with the Z levels in mind, at least I don't think. Dwarf Fortress didn't originally have Z levels. At least I don't think it did. Seems like the channeling there went smooth. Although we just have that that one ramp right there. Let's remove ramps. Get rid of that. I'm actually kind of surprised at how smooth that went. Yeah, no, if I'm correct, I don't think Dwarf Fortress originally had Z levels. Yeah, I did hit one piece of wall. Okay, fair enough. Bolton. Fair enough. Essentially, what I have is like, this is like for like original Dwarf Fortress, I'd assume that's what you do, is just dig straight into a mountain, yeah. What is it from? It's from a game I don't like. A game called Gods Will Be Watching, which isn't very good, but the music is fantastic. I don't like either of this studio's games, but I like the soundtracks from both of them a whole lot. I don't have anything to sell to merchants, so everything that I could sell them is made of wood. Let's build some doors here. Yeah, I mean, for me, I try and make asymmetrical forts. It's like, I've always run into a lot of disagreement as to whether or not forts in DF should be, like, hyper-symmetrical or more flowing. And I kind of just, for me personally, I imagine dwarf forts is something that would just get added onto and added onto and added onto, so it'd be almost impossible to keep something like that perfectly smooth forever. We have a fishery, a kitchen. You are preparing raw fish, but we're not actually making meals. Inexplicably filled with many traps. I mean, yeah. I'm not surprised. Puzzle. See, here's the thing, Newton. I've seen very big disagreements on that. You know? I've had people tell me, they're like, oh no, only elves would build round forts, only elves would build forts with curves, dwarves build symmetrical, perfect forts. It's like, I don't know. I don't know about that. I think dwarves are utilitarian, but I think they're also practical. Quick introduction. There are so many tutorials that are like, easy introduction to dwarf fort. Elves don't build forts, they live in trees. Exactly! Oh, where is Risen Lore Tower? I cannot give in to sadness. He personally doesn't particularly care about Craftwire ship. All right, well, we've got some rangers, crafter, farmer, a kitten specifically. What are you? Who are you? Oh, you're a mechanic. Okay. Then they live in it, so they live in their own shit, is what you're trying to say? 34 dwarves. What's an A? An alpaca. This is RimWorld already. I sense the sound of dwarf racism coming from you, Josel. Capital R's are reindeers. Gotcha. I mean, they're technically already tame. I don't need to tame it. It's just facts. It's not racism, it's just facts. We're getting done down here. Are you imagining things? So this up here, these are the tops of trees. So if I look at this, thick pecan tree branches. Willow leaves. If I pop up one more branches. There's your trunk, kind of leaning to the side on the willow trees. More branches. Pop up another level, more trunk. There's multiple trees right there. Or it's just a really thick trunk. More trunk, more trunk. Yeah. And branches fall. And there is a chance that they can kill them. We had a tree titan, or a giant fire titan, hill titan thing die to a falling tree. Jehozel, you did confirm that it died to a falling tree, right? It was just mysteriously found dead? It will still die occasionally, though. I remember reading a forum post, which was just like, I tried playing Dwarf Fortress, and the first thing that happened in Dwarf Fortress was a tree fell on one of my dwarves and killed it. It's like, welcome to the fort. Designate smooth. I just want to get this smooth so it's easier to see where the channeled areas are. Guys, do you think I should channel out these and just have, like, these two squares? Then I can make, like, pillars here and here. I wonder when the generated magic thing is actually going to happen. I've seen videos of Toady talking about that stuff. Like he did a talk about it. TBH, magic's gonna be a nightmare. Watch that boulder fall and kill somebody. There's a lot of people down in the tavern. And that boulder's going to fall. Unsuspend those. Apparently there's something blocking construction. I don't know what it is, so. I mean, it'll probably... Okay, Dwarf Fortress will probably have procedurally generated magic before Star Citizen comes out, so it's fine. I'm okay with this. All right, so. Bookcase? Stone. No. Rock. There we go. Let's just make 15 bookcases. Q. Crafts. Rock. 100. Let's just make a shit ton of rock crafts. Q. Bin. Wood. 50. I mean, technically, Star Citizen is out, playable, and a thing that exists, so by early access definitions, it's already out. Be like. Also, BS. But it... Okay, you know what I can do? Zones. Let's zone things. Assign location, add location, temple. Ooh, Erdim Tower Gate has 7 worshippers. Mercy and forgiveness. So Erdim Tower Gate is the god of mercy and forgiveness. I don't hate it, honestly. I want it to come out, but I also have no money in it, so I don't really have any stake in it if it doesn't come out. Where's Dan? That's a good question. This is the same world. Maybe just nobody worships him here? We did build a temple to Dan in a previous fort. Ba-da-dum-bum. Bum ba-da-dum-bum. Bum ba-da-dum-bum bum 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 bum. All right, so this can be another meeting zone. Add zone, temple. 3 worshippers, 2. There's one with 4. Esril, the god of speech. The Flowery Abbey. Yeah, I'm gonna place one more zone, which will be down here. This can be another meeting area. Temple. The god of fortresses, the armored sanctum. That's kind of awesome. The blanketed chapel. The armored sanctum. That's gotta be like, praise be Dan, yes. Here's like the thing about stuff like Star Citizen. Regardless of how much you love or hate it, it's providing people with jobs in the games industry. They're employing 400 people. So just think about that when you realize that maybe you don't like the game, maybe you want it to fail horribly, but that's also like saying, I want you fuckos to lose your jobs. So the helpful hill of basements? What? I mean, the only like weirdly named area that I'm familiar with is the Spike of Lulling. Remember, chat, always bet on Frog. Speaking of betting, no one's invested tickets today, just an FYI. Build bed. Do 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 do. Okay. Ace, I'm not going to totally just argue with you on this, but maybe the dude in charge. There's a lot of really good art assets in Star Citizen. The tech behind Star Citizen is actually kind of fantastic. It's just a blinding madness that they're actually able to fund it. All right, so trust me. Yeah, people will put that shit on a resume. It's, you know, honestly, people work at really bad studios that go and get other jobs. Yeah, exactly the same, Ricky. Like, kind of fuck that guy, but like everybody else working in Cloud Imperium Games, they're doing really good work. And quite frankly, as fucky as the business model for that thing is, which is the only problem I really have with it, they are doing good things. You know, I was very heavily into and hoping a game called Firefall would be good. It never ended up being finished and just kind of fell apart. People lost their jobs and it sucks. I stream for a living, so yes, I am in the game industry. What you're watching right now is my job. I am very worried about this right here. Firefall does still hurt, yeah, I agree with that. Can I ban you then? Okay, so here. I worked 6 years night shift at a shitty dead-end job. Full-time, while streaming. And in that 6 years, I built up a meager small audience that was very supportive. And during that 6 years, I can tell you this, the hardest job I've ever had in my entire life is this. Okay? It's like having any job in media or any kind of public-facing figure, except like having a job in media, you don't get paid. So trust me, it's a real job. Trust me. It's a real job. And if you're here to just make those kind of jokes, yeah, you can just peace out. But trust me, never wish for people to lose their jobs. Never hope that a thing fails, even if you disagree with the project in the games industry, because you don't want people to lose their jobs. I know some people who go around preaching, shut down Ubisoft, because Ubisoft puts out games that are full of microtransactions. At the end of the day, if Ubisoft went out of business, thousands of people would lose their jobs. Thousands! It's fucked! It's literally fucked. Anyway. No, totally. EA Games is shit. But EA Games shut down a studio in my city recently. You know? Activision Blizzard is a horrible company. Sucks that they laid off 800 people. Actually, I have some friends who had to do door-to-door sales, and I feel so sorry for those poor bastards. Just putting it out there. I feel so fucking sorry for those guys. It's the worst industry. Hey, I got my phone bill. Dear Indie Boost, stop sending me paid deals for VR games. I don't own a VR headset. Depends on where you work. You should pursue whatever you want, friend. Whatever makes you happy, Cooler, you should pursue that thing. Like I said, it depends on where you work. Who you work for. How good your management is. It's like any job. It can either be soul-crushing or incredibly rewarding. It's actually just very similar to all tech jobs in general. Also, I realize that that door is not connected to anything and I need to put a wall in there, but I'll get there. Just want to get these bedrooms assigned because I do not have enough beds right now. I just like working from home. Working from home makes me happy. Just getting to do this. Stay home. Set my own hours. Work as much or as little as I like. That's what makes me happy. Most of the time it's just start working and then don't stop working until it's time to pass out. Like yesterday. I streamed for 12 hours. It was a good 12 hours. You have unlimited sick days? That's awesome. I mean, I've done many of the soulless job runs. Hey, we're actually getting that smooth. Build... $150 would cover your monthly bills. I need about... five times that? Usually I pull it off. But like I've said a million times, not owning a car really makes that a lot easier. Let's get a door set up. Although, am I not making blocks? What? I need more blocks. Just make blocks for a bit, okay? Or did I just not see those? What country do you live in, Oswix? If my rent was that low, I mean, my rent is about 800 CAD a month, which is like 600 US. Because CAD bucks. And I don't own a car. My fiance doesn't own a car. We both work. I do this. He works at a retail job, and we do just fine. He also does some artsy stuff on the side. I do have blocks. Why are those not showing up in here? What? That is odd. Very odd. Some old lady's home. Oh, fair enough. Some old lady's home. Oh, nice. Sounds kind of like where my older sister lives, which happens to be in my grandma's basement. I can see some bookcases getting done. I want to say they're down at the bottom. Yeah, it's Alt-C. All right. She know you live there. That's funny. It's like, have you told her? I mean, I'm assuming that this lady's your landlord, so. All right, so let's make another zone. Okay, we're just gonna remove that from the zone. Remove that from the zone. No, that's supposed to be its own zone. That's not supposed to be its own zone. It's supposed to be removed. There you go. All right, so this can be a meeting area. It's not letting me add a location to that. Eh? How did I screw up? Because it would do that last time. Remove this zone. What can you use gold for? I have no idea. I've never had gold. Oh, there you go. Now the icon's there. Odd. Maybe bug? I don't know. No, not a temple. We're gonna make it a library. The Mansion of Sabers. So there we go. Dwarves can now use that as a library. And once we get the s'mores smoothed, the floor is smoothed, I will put some tables and chairs in there as well. She's 90? Oh, wow. Man, you are lucky, Oswix. Let's just throw a table or two down in here. Throw it into magma. Hi, Zookers. What is up? Of this particular world? Chat has. I haven't. Ordered some cheese today, and normally she hates. Oh, Chinese delivery. Chinese delivery. Seems like she actually wanted some today, and now you feel bad for not asking her if she wanted some. Oh, really? Huh. And now you're watching DF. How was anything particularly noteworthy happened in your particular fort? Eh, my grandma pays for stuff and she's pretty close to 90. Build, construct, wall. I should have smoothed those first. Oh well. Need be, we can scaffold it up and smooth those walls. Just gonna build some pillars here. Also, I should be able to do this. We haven't really done anything productive today. There's shale blocks. It's literally just been me just building stuff. Although, we did get a library built, and I do have 3 separate temples now. I should also get these statues placed into these temples. Because that was their intent. Oh, you're kind of like her adopted grandchild? That's kind of adorable. Although I feel sad for any elderly folk out there that don't have family. It always seems so lonely. I experienced that a lot working in fast food. Because there was always, especially in like holidays and stuff, I think I need to pasture some animals. Especially on long holidays and stuff, people would, older folk would show up and they just have no family, and it was always kind of the most distressing thing in the world. I don't know, I hope that regardless of where my life goes, I will always have some form of family. I just needed to pasture the reindeers. We can have finished burgers. This must be really low priority. Although it looks like that stuff up there is getting done now. That's nice. So once those walls up there are all smoothed, we can begin stuff up. I don't ever intend on having children. I hope my sisters do that for me. Middleman between us is an organization called Student Elderly Link. Oh, really? That's an organization? So do they just hook up, well, not hook up, but like connect students with elderly people? Like rent apartments to and stuff? I mean, that would actually be, now that I think about it, probably a very positive relationship, because the older person has a student to keep an eye on them, kind of. Like, my older sister lives with my grandmother, right? And they basically ferry her around. She shouldn't drive anymore. She still does, but she shouldn't. That's really cool, actually, Oswix. Under a bridge somewhere? Don't say that, Sophie. No, I've taken the role of drunken uncle. My fiance's family has kids in a few cases. I'm actually gonna mine these out. mine those out and replace them with shale walls. But my fiance's family has some nieces and stuff. And I've adopted the role of drunken uncle because I always bring beer to Christmas. Can't remember if I moved my office down here or not. I genuinely can't remember. The Latvian uncle with weird ideas. I know one person who's Latvian. Build. Construct wall. Let's build another wall. Toss in shale blocks. Cancels could not find path. All right, Erst. The ham radio and government conspiracy theorist uncle? Wait, do you have an uncle who's a ham radio and conspiracy theorist? A ham radio who is a ham radio? That was a sentence. Do you know somebody who identifies as a ham radio? Because I certainly don't. But you know what? At this point, who am I to judge? I really wish I could carve bookcases into walls. I could use some ham. Ham sounds tasty. Oh, fair enough. I mean, I have an uncle who thinks that internet is the devil, and all of my cousins on that side of the family desperately want to do what I do for a living. They want to play video games for a living. Does anybody know why there's just fuckloads of seeds in my kitchen? And how I can remove that? Do I just not have enough seed storage? I guess that's my problem, right? Because I just have, like, the mother load of seeds right there. I guess I need to just build another custom stockpile farm. That too. No, we've already got that. That's what I'm hovering over right now, silver. I think I might need more bags, though. So I'm pretty sure I'm out of bags. Yeah, I think I need more bags. So what I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna whoops. Construct, nope. Farm plot? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We're just gonna get some pigtails going. Piggy tails. And I probably need to do some above ground farming. MQ cloth pig. Hold on. Spin thread. Construct cloth bags. What do I have to queue up to make pigtails into cloth? That is fucking terrifying, Crone. Giant blood-sucking flying thing? That's horrific. Like, actually straight up horrific. It is processed plants? Okay. As I'm pretty sure I have pigtails. Need to queue them up. Something real quick. I had an email. Should I do this perpetual? Army? What's that? And there, it's good to see you. You got attacked by a politician. Huh. I really hope we don't get attacked by anything that's flying, because this open base design would be dangerous. Will be very, very dangerous. HoboKeb is taking lots of pictures of rocket ship butts, and that's cool. It's like a fun trip. Must use pigtails for threads, so you do it perpetual. You can also breed them. You know, for right now, we'll just set 10, well, 20, 30, fine, that works. I'll just set that for right now. Then I just need that to go get constructed, which should happen pretty quick. Yeah, it's getting done now. I mean, right? Probably what I should do is I should probably just, like, stop being lazy and just make... I should just stop being lazy and make a drawbridge right here, so we can just hide inside when bad shit shows up. Although right now, bad shit could just crawl down into the fort, so, like, that's not actually that helpful, because I haven't really started the walls yet. And we also haven't finished that moat yet, for some reason. Okay, so that's all priority number 4 up here. That should all be done. There's no other digging that needs to be done. I mean, go in my Discord and go to off topic. Or look at this image. The butt of a rocket ship. Like, literally the butt of a rocket ship. Oh, hello. My mechanic has been possessed. You just joined, didn't you? Where are you? Like, actually, where are you? I don't see this dwarf. Oh, I see it. There we are. Down in the library. Alrighty. Well, you just joined us. What are you gonna go do? Mechanic? What are you gonna go claim? You've claimed the mechanics workshop. Oh, great. Unpause the game. Where'd you go? Ran off again. There you are. Going to go get something. Carrying... Yeah, it's a space shuttle. I'm like 98% certain it's the space shuttle. All right. You have... I don't think you have everything you need. Let's see, what do you need? Leather skin. Leather skin. How do I get leather? I've never, like, done that before. Also, we're, like, out of plump helmets. We have 3 plump helmets. That makes very little sense. I guess we're just eating them. Saturn V and Space Shuttle. Yep. Sounds about right. Slaughter something? I think I already have a tannery. I could be wrong. Let's just check. That's not what I need. I need lowercase w. Tanner shop. Leather is super cheap. Nah. Can't do that. How do I check my livestock again? Yeah, no, totally. Zookers, I'll do that in a second. But, how do I slaughter something again? It's been a minute. I've only done that twice before. Like, which menu do I do that from? Because I don't actually know. Oh, I see. Pets and livestock, I think, probably. Unit, go to unit manager, remove worker, etc. Probably just slaughter some of the dogs. Or one of the sheeps. You use Dwarf Therapist? Of course you would. There we go. Alright, who's getting it? Alrighty, well... I guess we'll set you up for slaughter. I like how cats are just labeled as uninterested. I kind of want to keep the reindeers. We'll slaughter the alpaca as well. Get some meat while we're at it. Okay, then user or units. You have no job. Let's just go to you. And set you to tanning and butchery. Hey, Corey. What's up, dude? How have you been? Oh, really? Well, that's good to know. So let's see if those animals have been slaughtered. I'm pretty sure I've got a butcher. I might actually not. If I do, I don't have one down here. No, I don't. Should do that. I don't want to make it... Don't have blocks. Well, shit. I guess we're making it out of wood. Been a productive day. Kids, baseball games, and practices changed. Finally in your truck and to go and I would and wow, you're doing like the weekend project thing. Sounds like stuff's getting done, dude. That's awesome. Okay, so you should just yeah, okay, so you're just gonna slaughter the animal. Dumb is a strong word. I prefer to know why I need the assists before I use assists. I have no problems with using assists for complicated games. In theory. In fact, I do for certain other games. I just like to know why those are important, if that makes sense. And as somebody who is trying to learn a job, or learn a game, to be able to speak about it in a manner that is actually helpful to other people who watch me, it's not stupid for me to decide and make the decision to learn the hard way, because I see that as the right way. In the future, I will probably use DF hack. I probably won't use therapist just because I hate the way it looks. Just for the better jobs. But I think this is the proper way to learn a game. I did that with RimWorld too. A lot of people install RimWorld and fill it up with mods to make the game easier to play and then learn it that way. And then they claim that the vanilla game is unplayable, which is just factually incorrect. Hey, Armor. What's up? Squiggly. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good Saturday, man. All right. I do have a butcher. Or item in bag. Go to unit. So in theory, I'm just gonna disable all of this real quick. Maybe leave you on refuse hauling. Butchery and tanning. So you should just go do that. Hey, Squig. I hope that you're doing well. Do you have a good work week, Squig? I mean, having the weekend to yourself isn't necessarily a bad thing. Just gonna put it out there. Alright, so you. The tanner shop. Tan a hide. What? I don't understand. Unrotten and materials, producing body parts. It's an auto job? Is it? Okay. Doesn't look like it. Usually it will say that there's an automatic job working there. But we'll see if that gets done. Let's just stare at it. See if a dwarf runs over here. One of my little farmer dwarves should come over here to tan the hide. Although we do have 20 meat now. So there is that. There we go. Stray alpaca's also been slaughtered. There we go. Something's getting done. So panicky possessed dwarf over there. Let's also just real quick build a door. So I was going to do that and I just noticed that those walls got done. Door there and door there. Just so in case of bad things I can lock those doors. Although I need to actually get the bridge in front of that thing constructed, which I've wanted to do for a little while now, so we can just lock ourselves in completely. Uh-oh, he's running around now. Has begun a mysterious construction. Sweet. Dwarf is safe. Good to know. Alright, so over here we've kind of got our... Also, I can build more doors. I just found a, Apparently if you hold down Shift and D, it shows you what's wagon accessible. Neat! Alright. Let's, build a door. And then designate smooth. Get this stuff down here smoothed. People have talked about soap. What factory do I need to make soap? Out of curiosity, Zookers. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that UI existed, so in theory, I could put my trading depot right here. Engravings? No, we haven't done any engraving yet. I have not done any engravings yet, although my bookcases are done. I can add into my library some more. The next thing that I really want to do is I want to actually start producing metals. Because I have tetrahedrite. I'm gonna be blunt. I have no idea what to do with it. So you said soap makers? Build, nope. Workshops. Soap makers workshop. We'll just chuck this guy down over here. Kind of annoying that. Okay. Sodel Amananth, the mechanic, has created. I'm gonna try this. Ingizid. Probably totally wrong. A tetrahedrite mechanism. She claims it as an heirloom, and in the name of the family ancestor, Tubal. Blunt Fortress. So should we use this legendary mechanism to open and close our drawbridge? Because I think we should. Literally a useful artifact, yeah. Yep. Ooh, that is pretty. I've seen quartz crystals before. Is quite pretty. Cannot jam in traps? Traps can jam. Save it for that. I don't know how traps work. But, cool. On that topic, actually, I am going to pop over here. I know this isn't the... It's gonna make a couple rock mechanisms. Maybe a traction bench, which I might need later. Okay, so we've got this problem. Just check seeds for a second here. I never actually set those to start growing pigtail seeds. Okay, so I do have 46 plump helmets spawn, but I'm quite low on just straight up plump helmets. This should be pigtails right here. I totally forgot to do that. No, pigtails. Pigtails. Plump helmets. Pigtails. Cool. Artifact traps don't. That's good to know. It's a useful little piece of info. All right. So what do we do with the tetrahedrite then, chat room? Also, I should just for sake of sanity, I'm gonna remove this chair. I don't want this pecan thrown in here. Also, let's throw in some more beds. These bedrooms are done. And let's get these all queued up if they haven't been. I do have some free beds where anybody can sleep. Then I also have these assignable ones. Be able. And then chair or throne. I'm just kind of like putting them out in the middle of things. In a silver in a smelter. All right. All right, so I guess I need to make a smelter then. So I guess we should build a forge. Or a room for a forge. Maybe down on the same level as the kitchen. But like, make a different way down there. Like down here. We'll build a forge down here. We can move all the tetrahedrite down there. I need pigtail seeds. Do I not have pigtail seeds? I thought I did. I'd swear to God I had pigtail seeds. The fuckers eat them all. It's definitely possible. I have 5 pigtail seeds. Right? Well, that shouldn't be a problem. Oh, I see. Smelter. Okay. Well. Here's what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to channel this. Right here. And this is going to be a way down. Also going to channel this right here. But that's just going to be an open space. And then this down here, when that's done, we'll connect it up to the kitchen. But that's going to be our forge. Or maybe we'll even go like another Z level down, I don't know. And that can also be like where we begin mining stuff. It does kind of sound like a children's song, doesn't it? Okay, so some of them... So I guess eventually that that spam will stop once they just get enough pigtail seeds. Guess it just is what it is. That was the wrong button. Sometimes this game just doesn't like or sometimes Windows doesn't like me playing Dwarf Fortress because they're like, why are you hitting that key combination? I don't like it very much. And then I'm like, calm down, Windows. It's just Dwarf Fort. Probably not. Color? Probably not. I like that you spelled color correctly. As a Canadian, I appreciate that. But, current stockpile settings... Well, actually, we have 2. Oh, this one's set to have barrels. Whoopsies. I'll take from anywhere. Yeah, so, like... I mean, technically I have 2. So this one's set to have barrels on it. This one's not. This used to be full of bags. I don't actually know what happened. Like, it used to just be fine. So Okay. Well, yeah, that might be wise, because the second one I didn't. The first one I did have set up correctly. Certain. Okay, now I get paused. But should be okay? I don't actually know. That's the spam? Okay, fair enough. Alrighty, animal. You have a good night's sleep, man. Thanks for swinging by again today, dude. I like that our tavern is all, like, this floor in general is almost clear of rocks. That makes me happy to see. What are the containers that dwarves use? It's cabinets, right? It is cabinets that dwarves use to put their clothes in, correct? Because bins are what they put items in. Coffers or cabinets? Okay. Okay, we're just gonna queue up 40 of these fuckers. Coffers for items, gotcha. Yeah. It still hasn't been channeled. The fuck, guys? Like, you got this done real quickly. Alright, so this right here is gonna be my forge. Glass chests are actually called boxes. Weird, right? I think we talked about that once before, and I was really perplexed by that weirdness. Yeah, I don't like making giant square forts like a lot of people do. This is going to be kind of our storage area where I'm going to stack tetrahedrite piles. We're going to put our furnaces in here. There's also going to be a little tunnel going up to this, probably. Make a giant triangle fort. I think that would actually be harder than what I'm doing right now. Just making weird shapes that accidentally end up looking like a stomach. Although it would be really cool if someone could make like an internal organ fort. Make everything look like a different organ from the human body. Like the tavern could be the heart. Yeah, so... How come this is not getting channeled out here? Is there any particular reason? It's like, they get right on this, but they're not channeling this upper level. Anybody know what's up with that? Not in order, it's a marking? Oh. I can do that? Is that a designation? Okay. I don't know how to set an order. Did I hit, like, the wrong key? Okay. Fair enough. Today I learned. I didn't realize that was a thing I could do. It didn't, like, occur to me why it would be blue. I've done it before, have I? Well, today I learned. I also just, like, don't know how my keyboard works and just randomly hit buttons, so it's probably my own fault. Yeah, I know you can set priority. I figured that out a couple weeks ago. This is how I hit my keyboard. It's flat hands. I like that there's just mushrooms growing and various plants and stuff growing in here. This isn't going to be much of a moat. It's going to be more like a gentle stream going around the outside of the wall. It's like... Might as well actually start it. I see it. You've just got the wrong plugins installed, I think, Jehozel. Check your, which plugins. Make sure you have the right ones. Also, hey, Foos. Have you been here all day, Foos? Like the first time I remember seeing you today. And before you're just like, blind, I've been here the whole time. And I spoke to you earlier. Be like, Cooler. When Cooler pops in and I'm like, hi, Cooler, good to see you. And he's like, I've been here all day. Where have you been? I'm just happy Frog Tips is back, though. That's the real truth here. Uninstall and reinstall, Jehozel. It's there. I see it. Anna murdered. Thing is right there. Drummer, pay attention. I'm sorry. I had up my job. I do my best. Oh shit! 9th annual NES marathon just started. Big charity stream. I know what I'm hosting later. Oh. 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 Oh, really? Much better. Dude, animated Bongo Cat emote is best emote. You know that that's the truth. Let's see, actually, what's happening up here. They're all... Can we, get that barrel removed? We really need that barrel moved. Maybe somebody will move that barrel eventually. Instead of them literally just placing seeds on the ground. No, I'm never gonna get rid of it. I had... Okay, so this stockpile used to be full of bags, but all the bags are in that barrel now. Do I have enough? I don't know if I have enough, but I do have bags. That's fine, though. I'm not super concerned. Shit, they're all in the library all of a sudden. What the hell happened? I guess dwarves suddenly realized that reading is cool. BD. Door! We should actually check in with our dwarves pretty soon and see how everybody's doing. Makes me happy too, that's why I have it. You suddenly have a Fort of next. It's fine. I haven't bought any books, so we're safe, I think. For the time being. Although if we suddenly had a fort of necromancers, that would be absolutely fucking hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. That would be maybe the funniest thing that's ever happened to me in Dwarf Fortress. I've heard stories about that happening, and you know, quite frankly, I would love to see that happen. my favorite thing about learning Dwarf Fortress since I've started doing these weekend streams, because every Saturday and Sunday I stream Dwarf Fortress for like 4 to 6 hours. Although we did a 7-hour stream last week because whoops. But as we've kind of fallen down this pit of madness, every time there's always people who are just like, oh, you're gonna put so much time into this fort. Like people who've never watched my streams before, they're like, oh, you're gonna put so much time into this fort and then be sad when like fun happens. And I'm just sitting here going, I've been playing these types of games for years. I'm looking forward to it. I was so mad when the giant fire titan thing didn't obliterate my base and got crushed by a tree. Oh, I'm sure. And that sounds awesome, White. Also, can I just say I think it's really funny that your name is Blue, but your name's the color white? I find that kind of ironic. A little bit of irony. Actually, no, fuck it. I'm gonna cut out this back wall here. A little smooth back there. So how's the digging? Hey! It's been expanded. White isn't a color, it's a shade, fair enough. Right, build. Capital, no. Capital C. Walls. And then down here, we'll just do this. Kind of wish that you could just hold these down. I'm sure there's a hack that lets you do that. Oof. Just use roads to prevent them from growing? I haven't messed around with roads much. Also, I mean, I kind of like having this huge open pit. The goal of the last one that I built, because I had this giant wall, this giant tower thing, is I was going to build a drawbridge that could collapse on the top of it and like seal it off if need be. I might try and do something similar, but I would need a really fucking big drawbridge to do that here. This time? Yeah. I'd probably want to make stone roads if I were to do roads, though. It's not a bad idea, building a road all the way around and then like a bridge on the outside of it. Oh. We have some migrants. Hopefully not too many. Oh. Oh, inside the moat? Like at the bottom of them? I hadn't even thought about that. I mean, I'd have to block up. Maybe if I make it fancier. Right now, I just kind of want to get the moat done, if that makes sense. How many dwarves do I have now? Also, if you're new here and you would like a dwarf, shout at me and I'll give you a dwarf. Or if you're not new here and you'd just like a dwarf, shout at me and I'll give you a dwarf. Let's build construct wall. And we'll just smooth the rest of those. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I actually haven't been sieged yet. Much to chat's dismay. I've always reset my forts before crazy fun stuff happens usually. We've been attacked by titans, we've been attacked by ancient beasts, but I've never actually been sieged. Yet. I know, yet, TM, yes. Well, I'm well aware. Shouts back at, or slash W's shouts back at Utobi and Jehozel and the rest of chat, just 'cause I can. And as always, especially if you're new here, thank you very much for checking out the stream. Dwarf Fortress has been very interesting because every time I've streamed it, I've seen different new faces, which has been a fun journey. Not gonna lie, streaming Dwarf Fortress has been some of the most fun I've had streaming as of late, just in general. I mean, somebody called me rude words on Facebook this morning because apparently I think that it's acceptable for Epic to have their own store. And apparently monopolies are bad, or exclusives in quotes are bad for the industry, but total monopolies are just fine. And I'm a horrible person for censoring somebody for claiming that they're just going to go steal games that are put on a store that they don't like. I mean, how is it even an exclusive? Like, legit, how is it an exclusive? It still runs on the PC. Oh no, it's a new icon to open. Oh, boo-hoo. It was nice, though. It's nice when it works in your favor. Doesn't work in a lot of people's favor. I look like one of your real-life friends? Are you from British Columbia, Canada? I actually had somebody randomly encounter my stream when I was still working. It was somebody that I worked with, which was a little strange. It was this well, actually no, it was just I was in a Twitch chat watching a streamer, and this person mentioned, oh yeah, no, like something about my hometown. I'm like, I know where that is. And after like a few minutes of DMing back and forth, we realized that we knew each other. That was an interesting trip. Also, I can totally... what menu was Smelters in again? Let's just make a custom stockpile. Disable, la 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 la. Bars and blocks, finished goods, I guess bars and blocks. Not, oops. Enable. Let's forbid those. BE? It is BE, is it? Okay, cool. All right, we'll do that. And then BE. Yay! Thank you. BES. Is there anything else I need in here? Do I need a furnace? Well, I mean, actually, let's build all of them. Just in case. 'Cause I don't know the difference. Can always deconstruct them later. What ores do I have? Tetrahedrite. That's it. I don't know what a magma is. Nor am I ready to fuck around with that stuff. I'm quite comfortable staying up here where it's nice and safe. That is rad, Josel. I mean, I'm not stupid, White. I'm not stupid, but I'm quite comfortable doing this stuff up here. Needs masonry. Gotcha. I'm pretty sure I have masons. Cyclone. Those pictures that HoboKeb was posting in Discord. Lots of big rockets. I hope that you're doing well, man. Also, you're welcome for the music room. I made a music room on Discord where you're supposed to just go post music that you've been listening to. No strings attached, just post music that you're listening to. You mean the fire titan that died because a tree landed on it? That fire titan? Yeah, seems real effective. Oh, I'm sure magma is my friend. Also, build... bridge. Are drawbridges separate on the menu? Or are bridges and drawbridges the same thing? Because I want to put a drawbridge right here so I can just, like, slam this shit shut. I'm gonna, real quick, do something very important, chat room, and text my fiance and ask her how her tattoo's coming along. She hasn't texted me, so I guess it's going well. Who you're okay with dying? Yeah, so any dwarf? Except for, like, maybe someone in charge. Where do you make goblets? You... Oh, wait, do you have a manager set up? Craftwire shop, by the way, Griffin. But, if you have... a manager set up, then you could just type in UMQ goblet and like rock. Do they make them stones? Metals, I think. But you can make mugs. You just need cups. Apparently she's posted pictures on Facebook. Take a peek. I would like to see what her tattoo looks like. You set up the manager but forgot about it? It's become like muscle memory at this point. Yo, you guys wanna see a tattoo that my fiance is getting done? Looks pretty good. I wonder if they have outlining done yet. Seems leg? It seems leg. It is definitely a picture of a leg. Yeah, she's doing color next. Apparently outlining's done. She hasn't posted any pictures of the outlining though. It's just it's not breaking TOS, dude. It's fine. Oh, actually, she does have a photo of outlining done. That's it outlined. Oh. She's got pants on, it's fine. All shorts. Short shorts. Legs are pleb shit. Isn't everything pleb shit by your definition, though? Also, there is a bag there. They should be putting bags there. Should be. Is there a way to, like, remove bags from other stockpiles, maybe? Okay, you know what? Let's see how our dwarves are doing. That's something I haven't done in a while. Phew. Uneasy dwelling upon seeing human dead body. Oh right, yeah. The werecat that got murdered horribly. Then I forgot to remove the corpse of for like a month. Whoops. How are you doing? Lonely. Being away from family for too long. Felt fondness remembering talking with a friend. Let's see how Cyclone is doing. You're currently feeling euphoric due to inebriation. Annoyed dwelling upon having a drink without using a goblet. Shit, I need to make more mugs. MQ. Mug? Rock. Yeah, there we go. Let's just say 50. Let's make a fuckload of mugs. We did dump it in the river. We hadn't dumped it yet. Just make a shit ton of mugs, so I don't need to worry about it. Nothing better than too many. Wait, what? Oh. Your name looked like, that one name looked like starvation. Dude, so many spare mugs. I mean, there's a reason why at one point in this house, for 2 people, we owned 37 mugs. People just keep giving them to us. I like my dwarves to be the same. Alright, smelter. Smelt a metal object. Smelt ore. Okay, so what the how the fuck do I do stuff with tetrahedrite? Serious question. Smelt? How? UMQ. Smelt. Smelt. Magnite ore. Smelt. Bixmite ore. Smelt. Galena ore. Laminite ore. Hematite ore. I don't... Oh, hey there! Smelt tetrahedrite ore. 0? Enter. Make Coke? What? You mean like the Coca-Cola company? Sure? Smelting should happen. I don't know what Coke is. I mean, I know what Coke is, but I don't know what you're referring to. I mean, it tastes like it's been made from burning trees. Oh, okay. Charcoal. You mean Coke is in cocaine, then? I mean, sure, that too. Coke is a refined fuel. What? Coke. Fuel. Coke is a gray, hard, porous fuel with high carbon content. Fuck the English language. Also, thanks, Wikipedia. made by heating coal or oil into the absence of air, a destructive distillation process that is important for industrial product use and used mainly in iron smelting. All right. Yeah, no, I see this. Apparently it's heavily used in China. The United States used it during the Industrial Revolution. Okay, yep. Fine. Yep, chat, you win. You're smarter than me. I mean, I was on Normie Wikipedia, but Dwarf Fortress Wiki works too. Also, cool. They should put coal and... I like how soap's gonna end up in there, that's fine. What? There's nothing wrong with me saying fine chat, you win. That's a totally acceptable thing for a streamer to say. I think. I'm so confused by the whole seeds situation, I'm not gonna lie, chat. Am I storing seeds here? What the fuck? Okay, so food's just not supposed to be stored here. Just at all. How about here? Food's also just not supposed to be stored there. Seeds aren't stored there. Seeds aren't stored there. So then... what the hell have I done wrong? Just seeds. Just seeds. No barrels. No barrels. I don't see us brewing. Well, we're brewing pigtails. No, we're not. How do I check if they're brewing seeds? I don't see seeds in this menu. I mean, I know that they're... well, technically we are brewing drink from plant when there's available plants. I mean, okay, so are you talking about the stocks menu? Like, right here? Like, is this what you're referring to, or are you talking about the cooking menu? Because you were talking about cooking, so I was assuming that. Seeds. I have 3 pigtail seeds. I was just in the cooking menu, dude. Like 2 seconds ago. This is the cooking menu. I don't see seeds on there in the ingredient type. Oh, hold on, I see. I didn't realize that was a tab. I thought that would just show up on the same screen. Okay. Pigtail seeds. They're not cooking. I mean, yeah, no, it looks like they're not auto cooking either of those. So they shouldn't be cooking them. Yeah, so we're fine. Check your drinks too. Same kitchen menu. I mean, they're cooked. I mean, I'm fine with them cooking with beer and wine. Dwarven beer, Dwarven one, Fisher berry wine. We have a lot of Dwarven wine. Prickleberry wine. Sour brew. Ooh. I mean, they should be allowed to cook with beer. Come on. And they're not brewing either of those either. So yeah, I don't know. I'm confused as to this whole thing. Everything just seems to be fine. So maybe we just literally do not have enough. It's definitely possible. I mean, I have 567 drink. You know what I should actually do? How do I put a limit on the number of drink? Because I did that on the last one. I have no idea. I should probably put... I should probably put a limit on the number of drinks that we're making. Do I do that here? I'll go brew. Go back to alfalfa seeds. Cook. Cave wheat will keep. Fisher berry, I guess we can cook those. Parsnip seeds we can cook with. Nope, don't cook those. Don't cook those. Brickleberry seeds. Ratweed seeds. Rock nuts we can cook. And sweet pods will keep. Oh, butt rock nuts? Okay, fine. And dimple cups? The seeds? Or so don't cook dimple cups? I don't know what dimple cups are for. I mean, here's the question. You asked me the thing, do I want dye? Until 10 seconds ago, I didn't know dye was a thing. Like, just keep that in mind. I mean, in other news, I just straight up don't have enough beds. I don't know. What the fuck do I do with rock nuts? I don't know what rock nuts are used for. Don't look at me. I'm the idiot in the room here. I think so. Do I have a farmer's workshop? That is a good question. I think I do. No, I don't. Am I actually out of shale blocks? I think so. I'm making too many rock crafts is probably the reality. It's actually I mean, I'm still trying to figure out how to actually process ore, which is clearly not working. Just remove that. No. Collar. No. What's wrong with me? My response to insert get plugins or things? No. Just no. I'm actually, as far as rendering goes, the game's just fine. Like, quite literally, game is just fine. Okay, how come you guys canceled all those walls? That's not what I want. That's what I want. Suspended. Why the heck did you guys suspend all these? They should have blocks for those. I mean, I'm not a child, so I won't say get yeeted. But what I will say is, get plugins? Fuck yourself. I will play the game the way I want to play. You can play the game the way you want to play it. Yeah, I know that. I mean, we knew that, Cooler. Old news. This is just common knowledge. Shocks? What's shocks? On brand. Seriously though, why are these all suspended? Oh, show. What show? Hmm. I want you to do something of value. I am still a youngling. Yeah, that is true. But I'm a youngling who annoys a lot of people by not doing what people would assume people of my age would do. I want to say it's stone working. Think it's those? Oh, it's the F1 show? Gotcha. But yeah, no, if your fix for a problem is get a plugin, my fix for your problem will be please don't tell me to get plugins. How many mugs do I have? I might just stop them from making mugs. I think those are probably under goblets, right? Goblets are cups. 42. How many dwarves do I have? 50? No, because it's a graphical tile set. A plugin adds more tools. The tile set just simply makes the game easier to see. Unless you're using a graphical tile set or like something like... what's it called? Stone Sense? Which I'm not using. Okay, so let's just see what I can do here. Make charcoal, smelt tetrahedrite ore. You're making rock mugs, that's fine. You have no job currently, you're a leathern worker. You're a legendary bone carvers. But yeah, no, if you were trying to help me and your advice is install said thing, just stop talking, because I'm not gonna do it. I'm trying to learn the base game. So assistance like that is essentially useless. You're a mechanic already. You're a spinner, planter. Kind of want to make these rangers do something else. Let's take you off of... Well... Let's jump onto you. Hunting related. Take you off of all of this. Metalworking. Furnace operating. We'll just put you on furnace operating for right now. And then metal crafting and blacksmithing? Yeah, you. And then we're going to throw somebody else also on that. Because you're going to go smelt tetrahedrite. I don't want you hunting. Oopsies. Game got mad at me for hitting too many buttons at once. Yeah, no, tile sets and plugins are different. Just because tile sets are strictly visual, which I'm totally fine with. Yeah, we'll take you off of that as well. See what happens. Hey, tetrahedrite's moving. Sweet! Needs refined coal. Let's actually bump this above. Increase priority. Yeah, no, totally. I think there should be like a parental setting or something in that you could force on yourself. I know somebody who puts a password on his Netflix that only his wife knows. And then she comes in and says, okay, it's time to Netflix and chill for a bit. Still don't have the seeds problem sorted, but fucking whatever. How is it that I do that? Zookers, how do you limit the number of drinks that you are making? Because I know that there's a way to put a limit on that. Like, is it in this? Add order condition, change frequency. I think I get what you're saying, Zuku. P? Oopsies. Let's delete this one. That's not what I want. Back. Add item condition, change condition type. Change inequality. Then set X? Wait, what? What do you mean by set X? Remove everything except for amount of drinks is available at most. I don't know what you... I mean, I don't want to redo the whole thing. I thought that there... Because someone helped me find a screen a little while ago, which was literally just insert maximum number of drinks. Do you know where that screen is? Because I found that screen once before. Maybe even by mistake. It might have even been in here. Hold on, let's just try this. Delete condition. Okay, so let's add order or condition. No. How come that... Wait, what? That is very strange. What I'm talking about? And a change number? Let's remove this. I think I might know what I'm doing. Because, like, I can change the number to, let's just say, 300 drinks maximum. Is that... So I guess what I need to do... Oh, hey, no, I think that's right, actually. The amount of drinks is at most 300. So they should stop when they hit 300? I think that's right. So in theory, they should stop brewing drinks. Dumbo. Wait, the new one? Or like OG Dumbo? Because old Dumbo's cool as shit. New Dumbo, I don't know. Can neither confirm nor deny. Yeah, but like, I'd actually like to have a plant supply. And we do have 600 drink almost. Well, 550. For 50 dwarves, I think we have enough drink right now. Dude, OG Dumbo is amazing. Like, the opening sequence of OG Dumbo is great. Okay, so I need coal, apparently. I thought I was making charcoal. I should be making charcoal, but they're not doing that. So what do I need to make charcoal? This thing's yelling at me and telling me that I need charcoal. I did not make 50 of it. Because this is still 50 out of 50. So it hasn't started yet. There's no way in hell they've made all 50 of it. Because I would see it in that pile. I mean, I know it's made from logs, but it's made in these guys, right? Make charcoal. What skill is that? Because maybe... It's definitely possible no dwarf has the right skill assigned. Also, why aren't you guys using the stairs? Oh no! We've got a strange mood. Never mind. Drop everything we're doing. Where's the strange mood at? Oh, there you are. Is it in a kiln? I don't think I made a kiln. Okay, well, you've claimed the Craftwire shop. Grabbed wood. Grabbed the block. Grabbed something. I'm not sure what that was. Grabbed a heavy rock, tetrahydrate, probably. Cool. There is a kiln, which I did not build. I don't think. Let's see. Oh no, I do have a kiln. Okay, so the wood furnace is already queued up to make charcoal. Apparently my phone Wi-Fi is still on. Wood burner? I think that was that ranger that I set to that. That in woodworking? Or in other jobs? Oh, hey, Armor. Welcome back. I'm literally just looking. I know it's not in there. Furnace operating. Wood burning. Ha! You know what? Your old friend... What's the other thing you wanted to see, Armor? But things like that working out in your favor is always a good thing. Dumbo. Way better than Big Hero 6. Definitely Dumbo. Go with the classics, man. Yeah. Outpost liaison. Caravan. Maybe I can actually sell them rock crafts. Tons and tons of crafts, yes, because I do have tons and tons of crafts. Let's actually just shoot over here. Crafts. Kind of thought I had more of those.
You like pain? Here's more.
How come those are still pending? Hey, Vlam. What's up, dude? Isn't there like a button? Yeah, there's plenty of space. It's not that bad. I hope you're doing well, Vlam. Like, this part here is pretty dense, but there's still, like, wagon passage. It's not that bad. It's mostly plants, right? Like, if I do this, like, these O's are trees. If I zoom out one, you can actually, like... It's not that bad. Like, it's pretty thick over here, but... in general, it's not that bad. Oh, rad. You been drinking anything particularly noteworthy today, Vlam? Dude, Dumbo is awesome. Like, anything hand animated is awesome. Like, that era of Disney is incredible. Anybody have any idea why these walls keep getting canceled on me? And why they're just, like, dropping the blocks down there? Does anybody have any idea what's up with that? Like, they're just set as inactive. But, like, they're not suspended. Just no dwarves are doing it. Also, does anybody know offhand what job is making walls? I do need to get more walls queued up. Oh, right, yeah. No, totally. I'm gonna host that after Armor. It's fine. It's fine. That's what I'm hosting when I'm done. Well, let's see if somebody in chat, if they got scared. There would be nothing for them to be scared of. I would have noticed if they were scared of something. Wall building is construction? Where is that? Yeah, like there's literally nothing scary on the map for them to be startled by. Huh? Wait, what? Apparently there's a deceased ranger. What the fuck killed you? Where are you? Huh. Oh, it's under other jobs? Interesting. Okay. Well, you're a leather worker. Let's just go to you. Yeah, plenty of people are assigned to wall floor construction. But it's not a river. It's just a ditch. There's a little bit of water in it currently, but not much. Oh, are you talking about the dwarf that just randomly ended up dead? Das tot leather crib the ranger has created litatlikun. I'm terrible at this. A walnut wood earring. He claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Cole Filinik. I've never seen Zootopia, and I have no desire to. Although what I will say is I have seen Song of the South, and as a... if you take it for what it's worth, for what it was, for when it was made, it's actually quite incredible. It's got some great music in it, too. As bloody racist as that thing is. Let's see what traders want. Yep. What requests do you have of our merchants? Begin a discussion. What do I want of them? I don't know. I think I'm just gonna do what I always do. Just bring leather, just bring bars, and then I'll forget that they exist. Why don't you just go marry Thrombobot then, Vlam? I don't know what to ask for, and I've never actually figured out what to ask for. Not that I actually have any military, but it's like, give me all of the weapons, I guess. Man. No. Caller. No. I mean, I don't know. All I found is tetrahedrite. I haven't dug down particularly far. Sure. Go over the documents. Yep. Probably. Cooler. Probably. Then ordering some iron ore would go a long way. I mean, I just ordered bars because that's all I understand because I'm an idiot, which is fine. Did they ever move all that stuff up here? Stuff's being moved. It's fine. Delays happen, Color. Wine barrels. Pickled berry wine. Beer. Wine. Lots of parsnip wine. I saw rendered fat barrel. I don't actually think I'm preparing any meals right now. I should probably do that. I'll tell you this. I don't know 2 of the iron ores. I don't know 1 of the iron ores. No, this game's super educational. I mean, a friend of mine asked me what this game was, and I said it's the true sequel to Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing. I still don't know why they're not building that wall. You know, let's try this. Let's just rebuild this thing. Let's just see what happens. There's literally a shale block right there. Has to have been someone was just standing in the way. I'm not surprised no one is streaming Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing. That sounds glorious, Kron. Oh, probably. Piece of the inner. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I haven't figured out how trading works. Yet. Like, I don't think I've successfully traded yet. Oh, really? So I guess I need to do this then? So I need to do this then. We'll just temporarily build that. That's just my assumption of what I need to do. I'm not worrying about profit because I still haven't fully figured out how to trade. And like getting close to 100 hours, I don't know how to trade. The whole trading menu just confuses me. But then again, I'm also kind of an idiot, so that's fine. Why would I want to become the cap? Like, you know, I'm not gonna say it again, Kron. I don't know why that would be beneficial in the first place. Let's see if they'll make these walls now. I mean, I haven't figured out how the first trade works. It's like, okay, so I must just sound like an idiot, but yes, at least I did. You know what? Here's kind of my stance on trading right now. I just wish it didn't exist. Because the whole UI just annoys the fuck out of me. If I'm being honest. It's just annoying. And like unnecessarily dense. But you know. Why am I playing Dwarf Fortress then? It's like the one thing that's just completely impenetrable. For me, personally. Most other things I can kind of look at and, like, decipher what the fuck it's trying to say. Probably. I mean, why are you laughing at me here? I don't know how the UI works, so it doesn't matter if my trader doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Because I don't know how the UI works in the first place. Okay. I mean, I personally think the hardest enemy in the Dwarf Fortress is your own dwarves, but... It's part of the soundtrack's a little weird. Can we get that last wall piece done so I can delete these floors? I'm just gonna completely ignore the UI. My give a shit level has gone from about here down to the floor. I don't care right now. Because I also don't really want for anything right now. Which is this fun fact. Yeah, you're not wrong though about the FPS death comment. So right now I've stopped caring. Yeah, frame rate killed me kinda once. The interfaces with... You mean real life makes learning Dwarf Fortress harder? Is that what you're trying to say? Are they gonna fall down a level? I wonder what's actually gonna happen here. What? Oh, we've got more. But yeah, no, the whole... Like, what does the broker even need? Oh, hey, we've actually got a negotiator. Okay, we'll make you our broker. Do they require an office or anything? Or will they be fine with just, nothing? So that would be nice. Are you suspended right now? Unsuspend that. Nope. Okay. So we can meet the liaison somewhere? Fair enough. I think I just saw a dwarf fall on the own floor that they were deconstructing. Why am I expecting an injury in this? Deconstructing floors make me really fucking nervous. I'm just glad these layers are clearing out of boulders. Negotiator also helps appraising the main skill. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I don't have a trader, basically. But yeah, let me just say, none of this makes any sense to me. I can't look at anything and even begin to understand what I'm looking at. So, for whatever that's worth. So I'm assuming it's the value down at the bottom, right? Because I've never actually seen that before. I'm assuming that's because I have a noble now. Probably Crown. Sorry for getting frustrated, by the way.
Oh, this is really nice.
This is the part where this soundtrack gets really weird. I mean, isn't that kind of the goal? Gonna kind of peek through this stuff. A lot of crafts mostly. And apparently pigtail rope. And quivers. And then just a bunch of mugs. Whoopsies. Okay. My trader... Okay, so I just want the value at the bottom to be in their favor then? Is what you're saying? So then just... Well, it's 208. I don't know. Just add the sterling silver bars. I don't know. Brass. Bronze? I don't know what I should be trading for, so... Trade. Alright. Also, I realize I could just macro this, but I don't want to. Alright. How many bars are in the in quote bars thing? Because it just says bars. I don't know how much that is. It's literally just one bar. Then why is there an S there? Can I just say that's stupid? Like, that's extremely dumb. Why are they selling clay? Kinda serious question. Also, this soundtrack is great. Oh, I see. It's a finished goods bin. Trading for weapons because I don't know how to make that stuff myself. Oh, hey, I still pick. Oh, really? I mean, I embarked somewhere where there's plenty of clay, so. I see gypsum bag, buy it. Can I ask why? Dimple cup, plump helmet spawn. I'm gonna buy that. Giant killer spider. I'm still trying to like wrap my head around most of these. Kind of want to buy a pigtail bag. I mean, I had a shit ton of gypsum on my last fort. Kind of tempted to just buy a bunch of cloth. Although they're gonna get mad at me in a second. Then once I'm done with this tedium, I can then just... Okay, that's all my mugs. Once I'm done with this tedium, I can just... I then move stuff from the trading thing to my stockpiles, right? That's how that works? So don't do this, do this. Is what you're saying. So don't group sell, just select everything individually, which takes 50,000 years. I'm missing some things. And then the white ones are stuff I've already bought. Eh. Okay. It's exhausting. Let's buy some giant cave spider silk cloth. One humped camel leather. I wonder how you know specifically that it's one humped camel leather and not two humped camel leather. Wouldn't it all just be camel leather? Oh, fair enough. Yeah, makes sense. I didn't think about it that way. I'm actually going to buy some bolts. Just because I found making those kind of annoying. Let's buy an iron anvil. It's a whole bunch of prepared meals. Kind of tempted to just buy some meals. Although those will be expensive. I don't know how to keep them loose. Just for reference. I kind of just want to buy some food. Like garlic. That sounds nice. Although I'm probably only trading for a single one piece. Reindeer cheese, pig cheese, goat cheese. I don't know how many they have, but... Oh, really? Okay, this is the first time I'm hearing this. Pieces of the universe. I don't really need more animals that I know of. I mean, I have animals already. I have some dogs, I have some reindeer, I have some sheep, I have... I think I have a bull? Alright, let's trade this. Still giving them a big profit, but that's fine. Alright. I think we're done. So then, move goods to and from depot. So then I go into here. Take them off of trading? Okay. So then everything should be moved back, I would assume. Thank you for the assistance. That shit's stressful. Who the heck names their development studio gaming company? Serious question. As a developer making a game called about Warsha, which is literally just World War II Darkest Dungeon. And that's like a really cool idea for a game. And it's the studio's called Gaming Company. I mean, it's a literal title, I guess. It's a pretty literal title. I guess the studio that made Journey is called That Game Company, so that's not much better. I'm not actually entirely certain what biome this is. Swamp. The Swamp of Sound. Explain like I'm 5 why that's bad. I know why Swamp is bad in RimWorld. But over here, no idea why. Alright, well, I guess we'll just kind of let that get done eventually. Oh, really? I don't know. I haven't had any problems. I have not had any problems with stuff spawning. Although, looks like we have copper bars and silver bars, Pog. Holy shit. Question is that stuff that we're making, or is that stuff that's... I think that's stuff that we're just making. Well, you're making charcoal. You're smelting tetrahedrite oil. Well, oil? Or... Holy crap, stuff's happening! What is this madness? I did buy tin, yeah. I just bought basically any ore that I could, or any bars that I could see. Wait, did Dwarf injure themselves? Oh, I think I know where. Yeah, it's fine. They just fell a Z level down. No, I don't have a hospital. Where's that menu? It's reports? No. Where the heck is this unit? That's unconscious. I don't see it. Wait, what was the name of the dwarf? Dastot. That's dwarf. Woodcrafter. Now cleaning themselves. I think they're fine. I mean, I hope they're fine. Okay, how do I check health? That's the real question. V, right? Is it V? Zed? Nope. Seems fine. Yeah, I got there, Oafslot. Also, Oafslot, how'd your stream go? This bodes well, young Padawan. I'm trying. Yeah, he's fine. Okay. I mean, he only fell 1 Z level, so. You're still streaming? Ah, okay. Fair enough. If you have your own stream open, it's you. Bots don't count as viewers. I'm just saying. So if you have your own stream open, it's you. Which means there's actually this crazy percentage, which is something like 90% of Twitch streams that only have 1 viewer and the only person watching is themselves. I remember reading that Twitch stat somewhere and it's shocking. In other news, where are you carrying those? I'm curious what they're doing with them. Oh, they're just putting them in bins. Got you. Okay. I mean, to be fair, when I first started streaming, I didn't obtain what I think most people would. I'm actually in the credit sequence of that soundtrack now. But I didn't obtain what people would describe as an audience for like 6 months. Like I started in November 2014, and it wasn't until like February 2015 that people actually actively started talking. You know, I know that you're like kind of you're putting that in quotes, Color White, just as a kind of as a joke, I guess. But let me just say, there's something to be said for hobbyist people who literally stream or make YouTube videos for nobody. I know a few people like that who just actively make YouTube videos and have been for ages and do it for themselves. It's actually kind of an awesome thing. I mean, that's why I started. It was something for me. I started doing this because I worked a dead-end shit job that I hated with passion. And just wanted some away time, some other way of getting entertainment in my day. I found a channel once, and I won't name it, but it was an older dude who ran it. He made his account in 2009 and had been streaming actively since, from what I could tell. And he streamed every single day, and he was on like a 6,000 day streak or something, and he streamed for about an hour every day. That's just what he did, and he had 1 person watching. He never spoke. He was very unentertaining. But I don't think he gave a shit. You kind of got to respect that. Okay, we have a bunch of rock cabinets. How many dwarves do I have? 58? Oh, that's not too bad. Build. Cabinet, what are those? F? So yeah, no, there's people who've, you know, I've been doing this now for 5 years. And it's both been probably the best thing I've ever done, alongside of like helping me find an industry that I love. It's like, I've always wanted to get into the games industry, and me just kind of sideloading myself into the games industry it's been working slowly. Who knows if I'll still be streaming in 5 years, but hopefully I'll have a job in this industry. Like, that's really my end goal, and that's most people that I know's end goal, is to get into the games industry via streaming. Working for me. It's a slow process, it's a lot of work, but it's fucking rewarding. No, you just need a very small audience of generous people. I mean, I had a discussion with my mother about this relatively recently. I make all of my money in like 3 days a month. So like most days, like today, I think, guessing I paid about $9 off of resubs. But 1 or 2 days is all I need. Just have a couple of really good days in a row, and we're funded. What's this? Oh, it's rough hewn resin. Gotcha. That's fine. Okay, that's like saying no human being... Okay, so when people assume that Vancouver's or BC is really expensive, it's like saying, oh, no one can afford to live in California. Lots of people can afford to live in California. Okay? Lots and lots of people afford to live in California. I think that these have been suspended. Have they? So lots of people afford to live in California. It's expensive to live in downtown LA or San Francisco, but don't live in downtown LA or San Francisco. So Vancouver and British Columbia is exactly the same. Just don't live in downtown Vancouver City or North Van and you're fine. Like, there's tons of nice areas that are outside of downtown, that are close via transit, that are completely affordable if you're just not living in downtown. Calgary's fine. There's not a lot to do in Calgary, though. Not a lot to do in Calgary. But of course, you know, if you have a shit ton of money, you'll do better. But that kind of goes for anywhere. The one thing I will say, though, is places in BC can be very expensive. No, it didn't come across as rude. But I do see people making that assumption, you know? Because that is the stereotype, that Vancouver is completely unaffordable. I just think it's kind of an incorrect stereotype. Although, you also have to remember that I'm frugal as hell. Like, the only reason I can actually afford to do this is because I don't own a car. Like, I'm visually impaired, I don't see very well. There's literally no logical reason for us to own a car. I can't. Alright. What did I do wrong? There we go. Okay, so let's... wait, hold on. I guess I need a metalsmith's forge. I do have 2 iron anvils. Fuck ICBC. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard my parents say as much. Oh, you know, it's like any company that you randomly have to owe money for no reason. A lot of people just kind of hate them on principle. Is the gist I get. If I owned a car, maybe I could sympathize, but... I just know what my parents have told me. That's about it. No change in coverage. Really? I mean, I don't know. Stuff's just been getting more expensive, and in most cases the reasoning for that is like inflation. But I don't know how much that has to do with ICBC. I don't do anything with ICBC, so I wouldn't know. Okay, so let's see. We've got this metalsmith's forge, weapons and ammunition, armor, siege equipment, trap components. All right, what should we be doing from here? Yo, Jehozel. We're smelting metal. Not good metal, but... Check if I have tin. Is that just under... bars? Let's see, we have 2 iron bars, 6 silver bars, 50 copper bars, 4 bronze, 2 brass, 1 steel, 1 sterling silver, some charcoal, and black bronze. I think we're making... I actually don't know what we're making. I don't know what tetrahedrite gets made into, so... That's scary. Listing. Is there any particular reason why you want to live in Calgary, Armor? Make blunt weapons with copper? Okay. So like a copper mace? Okay. Let's just make 10. See what happens. And then cue this stockpile. Change settings. Let's enable weapons and trap stuff just so that they put it there. Moat check, no progress. I mean, I could just make the moat, but I'm trying to get 1 layer of the wall up first, which has been slow moving, and now this is stuck on deconstruct, and I don't know why. Let's just remove that first, and then we'll remove the rest of those. Although I just bought a bunch of bolts, so I think we're fine. Okay. Let's just do this. No, there's no reason to apologize for that. Just means that other people don't have much to say, and that is absolutely fine. Let's just see if somebody goes and deconstructs that. Yeah, blocks are heavier. Or stone is just literally dragging boulders, blocks is making bricks. At least that's how I've been led to understand. Oh, really? No, I didn't know that. Yeah, these are all stone, or should be. If they're not, well then fuck me with a rake. This is also my first moat. So this is Babby's first moat, by the way. Yes. Those are... Can you not see those ramps? I feel like I just did the "do you guys not have phones" moment. No, they can access it. Yeah, they're fine. Like, this is slow going, but it's working. It's deconstructing that wood there, because I screwed up and built too much wall at once. And then they got stuck. And now deconstructing that's been a pain. I might have to rebuild the floor and then construct it the other way. I mean, yeah, that thing climbed my stone walks before. I mean, you can climb anything if you try hard enough. Like, come on. I mean, I wasn't addressing you, but username checks out, so yeah. No, it's just the tone of voice I used. When I said something, it sounded like I was referencing the "do you not have phones?" This is like when someone refers to themselves being blind and I'm like, "You called?" I kind of hope that werecat that showed up came from my first fort. They all turned into werecats. It was the whole thing. So I'm assuming what I need to do over here with those wooden floors is I just need to build over there. Because I'm assuming that ramp right there is not enough for them to get up there. I don't know. So you have to build up on top and then build a floor out so it's like an overhang. And then they can't climb it. If I understand that correctly. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna rebuild this floor as much to my dismay. I'll place this puppy here. Just use whatever. And then I will deconstruct the other side first. Let's do one. Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, okay, protruding floors. When I say build out one, I think like build a wall, build 2 tiles of floor, 1 sticking out, build another wall, build 2 tiles of floor, 1 sticking out, etc. Rinse and repeat, going up with like a ramp maybe even. That's kind of what I was imagining in my brain thing. I'm literally just trying to get these floors deconstructed. Let's see if this works. They're probably gonna lose contact with those ones on the end there. In before they fall. Alrighty, dwarves. Can do it. Also, don't ask me why my carpenter bench is still up here and outside. I don't know. Have I ever thought about it? I've thought about turning this into a tavern, but right now it's still just some extra beds. There we go. So yeah, it must have just been a problem of them getting to it. I mean, yeah, I mean, right now my meat shields are my animals. They've done well for me several times already. Shouldn't you idiots have stopped making drink? What the fuck? Whatever. Let's just gather some plants from out here. I might, like, put some outdoor farms up here. Forgot what button I was pressing. Also, floor. That's probably all today, right? It's silver. Yeah, crafty. We've had several of those, and they've all been pretty successful. For a second there, I thought that dwarf fell over the edge. The dwarf just went down into the moat area and then popped out. Okay. So something I might do... Something I might do, actually. I might put a ramp right here so that they can get up onto the wall and build another layer. I'm actually really curious about how my dwarves are doing now. The fort's getting a little bit nicer now that we actually have, like, a library and temples. And a tavern that's actually getting some smoothed floors. Why not build that above the pit? What do you mean? Build what above the pit? I mean, if you have construction ideas, I'm all ears. The maintenance floors? Because I mean, because I don't want them above the pit. I just want like an open air thing. Although you know what would be cool. Although it would probably just get used. Is if up on the wall I could put a tavern up there. The problem is if I did that, it would probably get used by invaders. So I'd have to like come up with some method of making it non-accessible from the outside. Also, it's raining. Could make dwarved houses with a window that looks out over the pit. Yeah, maybe. I mean, like I said, my original plan was to build a tower starting down here, or maybe build a tower even that like starts down here in the forge that starts down here in the tavern and goes all the way up and out to like around up here. That is my end goal. I don't know if we'll reach that, but that is my end goal. Oh shit, we made 10 copper maces. I need to figure out how military works at some point. But we actually have some weapons, guys! Holy sh... currently I technically have a spillover dormitory and there's a dwarf sleeping in it. It's this. No, I really need a spillover dormitory. I've got 58 dwarves. Although, by some freaking miracle, only 2 children. My last fort had, like, 40 dwarven children. It was absurd. Like, what the hell am I supposed to do with all these morons? Although my, founder and leader is a pacifist. Ricky, so I don't know. That's not even roleplay. The dwarf is literally a pacifist. Oops. It's like literally they do not believe in combat and a bunch of other flavor text around. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably gonna end up doing something like that with this. I don't know, I've just been having a lot of actual fun just constructing this thing. I actually don't mind the military screen that much. Maybe it just got really well explained to me. The only problem that I have with it is actually assigning, like, your military. That's the only problem I've really had with it. Also, to the 64 people here right now. You were at 71 a little bit ago. Watching me play Dwarf Fortress. Thanks for choosing to watch my channel. I know there's thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people streaming. Given the time of day and day of the week. It's a weekend too, so it's probably more than normal. So thank you very much for choosing to watch this little stream. Alright, we're gonna pop down here actually. I'm going to designate, remove, whoops, designate, remove stairs and ramps. It begins. Cheers, Turbo. Thanks for lurking, man. Wondering if those logs will just stay there forever. You'd think they'd flow down the river. Oh, right. Right. Just casually. There's just like a partial skeleton. That's pleasant. What are they throwing into there? The hell is this stuff? It's a rainbow trout. Oh, okay. Oops. Don't mind that. Oh god, it's raining blood. I mean, leaves are falling. It's not a ghost. No, it's a dead werecat that attacked us early on. and got completely obliterated by traders. Like, didn't even make it halfway to us. It just died immediately. So no, it's not a ghost. It's just a werecat. I've never actually had a ghost. I've been pretty diligent about dealing with corpses, luckily. It could be possible. I think Jahozal in chat has access to my world. I know Czech did for a while, but I haven't seen Czech this week. Because I uploaded it to my Discord, so... That's not what I want. That's what I want. It is possible. I've only used one world since I started streaming this game. So, yeah. I don't know what civilization it was in, though. Can't remember. What am I doing? Forgot how to play this game for about 5 seconds there. And I had to, like, reset my brain. I really wish that I built the wall first. But everybody's like, nah, build the pit first, it's fine. I'm sure that there is a much more efficient way to do this, but this is working. It's just slow going. Then very likely werebeasts are notable and tracked. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, our that fort had a werebeast run right down through the front door and just like knock down half a dozen dwarves, so known locally here as the furry fort. Although the fort that I made after that had a eternal bookkeeper. Am I out? Oh, they're there. Couldn't see those. The bookkeeper was a vampire. We discerned that they were a vampire using history and various other things, and then I just locked him in a room. Although some of my dwarves got upset that the crime of person getting sucked dry never got solved, but no one's gonna question why that one dwarf was just like buried into an office by themselves. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe Pulspa? I think I'd need a lot of enemies in order to do that. I mean, I know you can fill water up with blood, so I would need to murder a lot of things. What, a vampire? I don't know. I think you have to drink vampire blood or get bit. All right, shell blocks. Also, this soundtrack's amazing. In other news, there's no such thing as a good meme. There's just less bad memes. Let's make it well and drop a vampire in it. Don't you have to, like, stab the vampire a whole bunch? Winning the lion corpse strikes the lion's upper body by bruising its muscle. Falls through the Okay. I don't get it. Anyways, explain like I'm 5. What am I looking at here? I was gonna say, like, I know someone showed a picture of a bronze titan getting killed because somebody threw a puppy at it. That's maybe my favorite thing I've ever seen from Dwarf Fort. It's like, you can kill a bronze titan, or bronze colossus rather, by throwing a puppy at its head. If you try hard enough. Just have to have really good aim with that puppy. Like, perfect aim. The real question is, did the puppy survive? He killed the lion with... Oh, he killed the lion with a dead lion, and the dead lion corpse got stuck in the other lion's body? Really? That is the most broken-looking Link thing I've ever seen. At least, it doesn't work in Twitch. Hold on. Yep. Also, why'd you have to use the way back machine? Yeah, I've seen that before. What do we have? So I can probably butcher some animals. Reindeer, cow, and calf. Sure. Butcher all cats but one mating pair? I mean, I got those two. I'll leave the kittens alive. Well, yeah, we'll butcher the kittens too, that's fine. I'm doing good, Liam. And yourself. Sorry, Useroon. Yeah, I'll butcher the kittens too. Hey, cat, what up? Isn't that not possible? We've talked about cat explosions many a time here, and everything I've heard is that that's not possible anymore. Like, they patched it. And chain them at the entrance, eh? Maybe not right there. Okay. Do I have to set that as pen pasture too? Animals. War training. War training. War training. I can't train puppies, feels bad. There we go. Oh, am I? We're training an animal set to be butchered? That's fine. It'll all end in the right place. It'll all end in the right place. Maybe I need to, pig. Hold on. Bag? Process plant to bag. Let's make leather bags. Let's just queue up 10 leather bags. I don't actually know if I have the stuff to make that, but... Hey, welcome back, Wiktionary. I bought leather and I've been butchering animals, so I'm hoping I'll have more bags. I think I have all that stuff. I think. We'll see. If it gets canceled, then I don't have it. Other plants. But we'll worry about that when that happens. Pretty sure I have a leather workshop, but let's find out. I might not. I mean, I have a tanner shop. Craftwire shop. I don't have a loom. Probably make one of those. So not tanner shop, it's leatherworks? Okay, and then leatherworks. Now, are you saying clother's shop or leatherworks? Because I have a clother's shop, but I'm not seeing leatherworks on here. Although I might just be missing it. I also don't have a loom. Unless I literally just queued that up. Top of the list? Oh, wow, you're right. There we go. Soap maker shop never got actually constructed because I don't have anybody to make soap. There we go. Why are they still making drink? Like, I'm actually getting mad about this right now. I want them to stop making drink. We actively just have more. I know it's unlimited, but they're supposed to stop at a certain number, aren't they? Or can I make it into a repeating job? Okay, you know what? Fine. We'll just do this. You know what? Honestly, okay, so here's the problem that I'm running into, right? I need to actually have food, right? And if we brew everything that we have into not food, then we don't have food. I don't need 600 beverages. I don't. I mean, yeah, having too much drink is great, but like also brewing stuff faster than I can grow it, I'm not super fond of. So if I'm supposed to do this infinitely, great, but like, fucking what? I'm actively getting pissed off at not having enough food. Sure, Zookers, but like, Jesus fuck. I don't want them to just do it indefinitely. I want them to stop at a point. I need to stop my cats from doing something. Be right back. Yeah, we are out of rocks. I need to dig more. Which is kind of awesome. Not gonna lie. Which is what I need to do down here anyway. Yeah, no, I saw the notification a minute ago. While I was getting perplexed with other things. My cats needed feeding. It's their lunchtime. All right, let's do that. It's just about time to butcher those cats, though. They're fat enough. Also, I'm not surprised that we're running out of blocks, if I'm being honest. Let's grind achievement. I'm not exactly digging down right now, so that's probably why. Like, I actually haven't done much digging in a while, and I'm literally just perpetually making stone blocks. So I'm not entirely surprised. IMO. I mean, what we should do is we should dig down another layer and just start digging. I mean, I can take a wild guess, but no one's directly told me. I could also use the magic that is Google and find out pretty quick. I'm assuming your dwarves get really pissy or some ancient demon attacks. It's one of the two. It's either something like super silly and over the top or nothing out of the ordinary. Speaking of strats, let's just do this shit. Sure. That's complete. That totally checks out. Yeah. No, I 100% believe that that's what happens if they knock over the statue. Also, this means that this stuff needs to be moved. I think that the ramps are faster because they all use the ramp. None of them are using the stairs. Except for when they go specifically for food. Interesting. Ramps are better for frame rate, really? I wonder why. It's probably because ramp only needs a single thing constructed, whereas stairs require two. That would be my guess. Yeah, no, to me that's completely believable. Okay, how are we doing up here? Yeah, walls are half done. But yeah, no, in regards to running out of blocks, I'm not entirely shocked. I'm not entirely shocked. Or rather, running out of rock. Just because of how long it's been since I actually dug anything. This is gonna hurt the game for a second. There we go. Let's get this whole floor smooth. Rather than stairs can give an edge. Interesting. Thanks, TF Wiki. I try and use both. I don't know why. I'm like weirdly satisfied with this fort layout though. It's just a very satisfying fort layout. Chat, what do you guys think of this fort? As tiny and uninteresting as it is. Curious to know what you guys think of this fort. Like, it's not some giant, amazing construction that some people build. Pit fort, best fort. Pittsburgh, will they have something to say about it? It's not a bunch of squares. That's a plus? I mean, I'm just happy we were able to make it work. We dug big pit. Also, we have lots of plant now. I just went and got lots of plant. Alright, so I'm actually going to dig out a little bit more down here. And put some more little gardens in this wall. It's like 1Z level up, there's just like this hole in the wall into the clay where we have farms. It's kind of a neat visual. That was kind of the whole goal, was to just avoid cave adaptation. Which was a big problem in the last fort, which is why our giant tower became Puke Tower. I always have to tell myself it's capital C, not capital W. Do 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 do. Sure. Color white? Go ahead. As odds are pretty good, I don't know. Especially if it's something I can work into my current fort. Oh yeah, no, I've already, they're already growing fungi. Like, right here. Cave moss. Young tower cap. If that's what you're referring to. Thought I selected mining, I guess I didn't. Because I've broken into the cavern layers in previous forts. I don't know if I necessarily want to mine the whole thing out, though. No, totally. I mean, I don't think we have neighbors to get sieged by, unless we go to war with the elves. So right now, sieges are a non-issue. Or should be a non-issue in theory. I don't know why K wasn't doing anything. Maybe I was hitting the wrong key. Also, it looks like we made those leather bags. Uh-oh. My farmer withdraws from society. That means they've gone mad, right? Or is this just a normal strange mood? Oh, so where the hell are you? Wonder what he wants. Was that what withdraws from society means? Where the hell is this dwarf? I don't see him. Oh, there you are. I wonder what those squiggly lines are there. It's claiming the leather works. That's concerning. Uh-oh. What do you want there, friend? Everything. Well, we have... I think we have cloth. Yeah, I don't know if I used it all. I think it might be leather that we need, actually, because I made those out of leather. I think I made them out of leather. But yeah, we did just use... Yeah, no, I do have cloth. I've got 39 cloth. We've got wool cloth, sheep's cloth, alpaca wool cloth, and giant cave spider silk cloth. It's leather that I was using, I think. Yeah, that's the leather that I used. Yeah, so... Yeah, no, we do have a tannery. I have stuff. Like, I was making leather before, so I'd assume I do. Let's see, we got a butcher. Pop up. So what do we have over here? We got the leather works, the loom. Tanner's shop. Can hide, yeah. Okay, so, apparently my fiance's tattoo's done. Got 300 plus meat? Oh, Jesus. I don't know if I'd want to eat leech meat. Yeah, you guys want to see my fiance's finished tattoo? Please. If camera will. There you go. Right? Ricky's just like, Pog! It's Dragon Ball. Shenron from Dragon Ball Z. Well, I think that particular image is actually from OG Dragon Ball. Now you feel silly. It's a dragon. You are, yes, you are factually correct. Finished. There's a D. Although she's gonna need to go back and get actual Dragon Balls done. But that's for another session. All right, fuck it. Let's just. Do I want a breeding pair of reindeer? You know, it's. Okay, let's just see. Do I actually have somebody on Leatherworks? Spinner. Let's just jump onto you for a second. Just put you on tanning. I have 2 rams. Wow. I don't know what menu I just went through. Gray ram. Oh yeah, you're right. I do have a second one. Okay, let's cancel those 2 then. Also cancel. Well, let's cancel that. So we'll just get that ram slaughtered. Was that what that menu was? I don't know what button I hit. Well, thinks my music just ended. So the real question is, is that tannery actually getting used? Because I'm just assuming tanning hides is an automatic. You're weaving thread into cloth, so cloth is getting made. My cat's doing things she's not supposed to do. Actually, the real question is, has the slaughtering been taken place? Pretty sure I have a butcher. Oh, cool. The ram's been slaughtered. Let's find... Cool. Dwarf is tanning a hide. Also, what the heck are those? A pile of clay. I don't know how clay is getting down here, but apparently we have piles of clay down here. oh, my cats are doing something. It was just an offhanded comment that I made. My cats are doing something they're not supposed to be doing. That's all. Oh, maybe it's rough gems. You have shale blocks, or you have sheep's leather already. Okay, so we do have leather. Maybe it's gems. Did he go get the leather? I missed that bit. It might be gems. Because that's what this is, right? Resin opal clusters. I haven't really been going out of my way to get gems. So me currently. You made a good meme and you feel accomplished. Well, I'm glad you feel accomplished. There isn't exactly a lot of gems in these layers, apparently. Let's see if he goes and gets one. I mean, I haven't been seeing these opals around, so... see if that'll do it. Maybe it's cloth he's waiting on? What are you missing? Yeah, he's just got leather. Where do I have cloth? I've got 41 cloth. But he wants stacks of cloth. Would that make a difference? Wants more leather? Okay, I need to make my cats stop what they're doing because they're scratching stuff they're not supposed to be. Kitty has been scolded. All right. Oh, is he saying glass? Gems, cloth, leather. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, well, if it's more leather. Bye-bye, reindeers. I literally just mined some gems, and we're mining more. I probably have others elsewhere. I mean, what do we have for gems? Let's check while we're here. I have 77 raw gems. I have a lot of agates, a bunch of opals. Maybe one specific gems? I don't know. You have too much ADHD, but that's not fair enough, dude. How much leather? Nah, I mean, we're about to get more. I have no leather in my stocks. Like, it's gotta be leather. Because I just made some, and then he went and took it immediately. Yeah, I've got... Then if I pop over here... Yeah, he's just got sheep leather there. So I'd assume he just needs more leather. Like, I think the chat's assumption here is right. So now we just need to wait for animals to get slaughtered. On the bright side, we're getting meat. Am I making simple meals? Let's just make 50 meals. I don't know what a Borner planet is. Oh, a RimWorld player? Yeah. I have 2,000 hours in RimWorld. Just for reference. Okay, reindeer's been tamed. Has been slaughtered. So that should move forward, I would hope. It is true. What is this music? This is the Risk of Rain soundtrack. Oh, there we go. I guess that did it. Yeah, he's got shale blocks, sheep leather, reindeer leather. He just needed more leather. I wonder what he's working on. A bet that it'll be something stupid? Any bets on what it is? Like a shale leather cover hatch. The best family heirloom I had was a really fancy steel grate. Like, well, awesome. You done good, Dwarf. You done good. All right, well, now I've got this awkward little room back here. I guess I might as well mine the rest of these opals. Well, screw it. I'll just smooth them. Just not worry about it. Go recreate it in HD. Ah, jeez. Gem-crusted ballista arrowhead? I hope so, Frescans. I really hope so. Those moves are not made for you? Fair enough. Alright, we've made a lot of progress today. Like, we ran out of blocks for a bit. We got the wall part way around. We're getting there with the moat. I mean, it's still a ways off, but we're getting there. We made a library. We're actually producing our own frickin' metal, which is a first for me. Made more bedrooms, which we're still working on. We made a library and 3 temples. It's the Leatherworks, yeah. We had an heirloom mug once. There you go. The farmer has created Id Unos, a short sheep leather skirt. Clothing. She claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Mistem Search Ceiling. Not bad. I mean, there's worse things you could have in your life. Let's read this. This is a short sheep leather skirt. All Craftwire ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with sheep leather and pigtail, and encircled with bands of reindeer leather. On the item is an image of a narrow crescent in plume oge, which I'm probably mispronouncing. Yes, I just mispronouncing. Why? Because I can't. Also, we're out of blocks again. It's fucking magic. All right, so I'm going to we're gonna channel that. No. Channel. Why can't... Oh, it did let me channel. I just couldn't see it. Well... Rip my life then, I guess. Just immediately found more tetrahedrite. Alright, so we're just gonna start digging this out. This is going to be a mining layer. I could really go for a BLT sandwich, chat. Nice bacon, lettuce, tomato sandwich. Preferably on a rye bread. Toasted. You'll email me one? That'd be rad. I always end up in the help menus when I try and go up and down because I always land one key too far over. What kind of stone am I mining into? Good question. Just shale. More shale. That's what we've been mining into the whole time. It's not like you have an option when they go and claim a table, though, Zookers. I don't think we are, making charcoal right now. Just make a bunch of charcoal. I'm gonna need to chop down trees on the surface soon anyway. Because for the surface, got all that. We got plenty of wood that we can knock down. Also, what the heck is roads? Dirt roads. I'm just curious. If I were to build a road... Oh, geez. They work like that? That's no fun. For some reason, I thought they were click and drag. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I settled here is because shallow metal. Which means we can get geared up and then go down. There we go. With cross-training, that's pretty advanced. And relatively unnecessary. Okay. Fair enough. I will simply just believe you. I am quite happy with how this fort is doing right now, though. Which means right about now, horrible monsters are going to show up and horribly murder us. I'm a bit of a sadist. I can confirm that. That's no big secret, though. I just did maintenance. Liam, just maintenance. Just night shift maintenance. So I cleaned. I did some other stuff before then, but the majority of the time spent there was maintenance. All right, chat. So I've been streaming for 6.5 hours almost. I try and keep these weekend streams shorter so I can actually have some semblance of a social life. I think I'm actually going to call it here. Get all those up to get removed. You made it to the end of a blind stream indeed, Don. You did indeed. So, for those of you, especially if you came in from Reddit, I will link to the VOD underneath the Reddit thread. And if you are here for the first time, we'll be doing this again tomorrow at noon Pacific. Or 10 a.m. Pacific, not noon Pacific. Yeah. There's a thingy beneath the stream that has a little countdown timer when I'm not live. So, when that hits 0, I should click the go live button, and if I don't, feel free to yell at me on social media. I normally stream like 8 to 10 hours a day, but weekends we try and keep it closer to 4. Although 6 hours and 15 minutes, oops. I mean, oh, do they sell Discord t-shirts or they sell Discord t-shirts? Discord just gives me free t-shirts. Well, shirts in general. They haven't given me a t-shirt, but man, they just mailed them to me. Anyway, speaking of Discord, if you want to join my Discord, there's that. I host a podcast, and you can find that on Patreon. I host another podcast that's free.